Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of IIM Rohtak, I welcome you all to the second day of the International Conference on Radicalization, Threats to the Architecture of Global Stability. Since the gradual collapse of empires, the nation state has emerged as the principal building block of the architecture of international stability. Parties motivated by radical ideologies and empowered by militias and suicide brigades continue to threaten the world order from sanctuaries created in countries which promote such activity for tactical gains or because they share other objectives. In some regions, they operate from parts of a country which are outside the effective control of the national government. South Asia and many parts of Africa are within their sight. This conference will seek to discuss the severity of such threats, always conscious that the dynamic is volatile, and discuss ways in which the Committee of Nations can seek a common response to protect and preserve the existing world order. Furthermore, the conference will deliberate on how radicalization has a negative impact on growth, development, prosperity, and human rights. Therefore, this conference will discuss how de-radicalization can facilitate Taliban's engagement with the international community, provisions of humanitarian aid, stabilizing the institutional framework, and safety and security of the residents of Afghanistan. The conference also aims to discuss a way forward for the nation of Afghanistan and to ensure peace and stability in South Asia, Central Asia, and beyond. I now request Director IIM Rohtak, Professor Dheeraj Sharma, to deliver the welcome address.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great honor again to welcome everyone back. And today, it's a distinct privilege for us to have His Excellency Fareed Mamanzai, Afghan ambassador to India. He could not come yesterday because it was virtually impossible. I'm aware it was impossible. He could not have come. And he was still in touch with us, conveying that he wanted to, and we're so honored and delighted that he decided to come today and spare his valuable time for us. We have delegates from almost close to, between yesterday and today, and nearly 25, 30 countries have come, participated, spoken. I'm really a big fan of physical interactions. I must tell you, we could have had an online conference and we wouldn't have any connect. We all met day before yesterday, and we are friends today. We know each other's names, we're shaking hands, we're waving to each other. I think this is the kind of importance that physical interactions continue to have. Through this conference, the agenda was that if we could come to, few points of understanding, which we could then convey at various forums, and develop a sense of similarity, a sense of common purpose, a larger purpose maybe. It would be the most desirable thing that we could have on this planet. Everybody is not supposed to be same. I think, I'm so perplexed, particularly from the perspective of the Western countries. They believe in structures. I mean, most of you would have thought, just imagine a typical office. Why is the office the way it is? Why it has a chair on one side, a table, and chairs on the other side? It's been identical. Research says, I'm a professor, so I'd quote research. It's called isomorphism. People replicate things across the world. Even the departments in a typical organizations would be organized in a particular manner. This is the contribution of the West and the European and the North American system, is to create these similarities because it allows us to function and correlate with each other. But that does not apply when it comes to human beings and cultures. We appreciate the diversity of places. We don't want similarity there, actually. it is counterproductive. Just imagine if every city in the world was same and all the people in the world were same, why would you engage in any travel? Even in the US, and I spent a number of years in the US, my American friends would tell me that we really like New Orleans. So why? Oh, it has character. So I asked them, what do you mean by character? It's different. So, and you appreciate a place being different. Otherwise, every city would have a downtown. There'd be 5 malls, there'd be a theater, and there'd be a museum. So there is a difference between the business operation and the operation of people. When it comes to business, when it comes to governance, we probably like similarities of operations. But when it comes to people, when it comes to culture, when it comes to places, we would like diversity. And I think that remains the point of conflict. And that probably results when the first overlaps into the second one, it creates radicalization. People become very conscious of where they are. The roots of the word radicalization, redux, Latin word root, which means people feel that those similar structures would probably enter a different space. Yesterday, we had wonderful discussions on the various aspects of how radicalization could actually change the face of the world. I quote the Danish ambassador to India. He said, radicalization is an evil and it's our responsibility. Each one of us are responsible. With that, I again want to thank all our participants, our delegates, our guests who have traveled. And I must tell you, I'm so honored in the sense that they traveled and got to work right away. Some of the people just landed and were in the conference. It was incredible. No jet lag, nothing, and they were really into it, and I'm really grateful to them. And particularly today, we are really honored to have His Excellency, the Ambassador of Afghanistan to India, to offer us the inaugural address. So I would request His Excellency to deliver the inaugural address. Then we will have each panelist speaking like yesterday for about 12 to 15 minutes. Then we will have Q&A. We will have interaction, and maybe we'd be able to score some points and develop maybe an outcome of the conference in terms of a general purpose. Thank you very much. And again, I request His Excellency to come and deliver the inaugural address, please. Thanks very much.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Good morning, respected dignitaries, scholars, the family of Rohtak, Professor Sharma, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great opportunity provided by IIT Rohtak, Professor Sharma, to come here before you and speak to you on the important topic of radicalization, threats to the architecture of global security. As a keynote speaker, I look forward to having a constructive session with inputs from panelists and other participants to identify the complexities of radicalization and the measures required to address these ideologies, beliefs, and actions. The topic given to me is the rise of radicalization, role of critical events such as Taliban's in Afghanistan, and argumenting of radicalization. But before I do that, let me also offer my apologies for not being able to make it to this important event yesterday due to the first flight arriving in from Kabul to Delhi almost after 4 months. And the event there took rather longer than anticipated. So my profound apologies for not being able to make it to this event. I'll briefly talk about the historic context of religious radicalization in Afghanistan, and will then largely focus on the role of critical events such as Taliban, with some suggestion and feedback for tackling radicalization. Now, in the historic context, many scholars define Islamic radicalization as a combination of two elements. Firstly, a call for the return of all Muslims to the true tenets of Islam, or what is perceived as, so this trend is usually called the Salafism, or the path of the ancestors, or fundamentalism by Western analysts. But one should note that there could be peaceful fundamentalism or fundamentalists movement like the Jamaat-e-Tablighi. Secondly, political militancy going as far as advocating jihad in the sense of holy war against the foes of Islam, who could include existing Muslim states and rulers as well. Although in Afghanistan, the conservative mindset existed long before King Amanullah Khan's era of modernization. That included the liberation of women embarked, which resulted in his overthrow in 1929. The current religious radicalization in Afghanistan extends more than a century of Islamist activities and is a part of evolution of major strands of Islamist concepts and parties. The Anglo-Afghan wars in the mid-19th century was nationalistic wars of liberation. They were sanctioned as holy wars by Afghan religious leaders to legitimize them and mobilize fighters for them. Through influential thinkers such as Sayyid Jamaluddin Afghan, Islamist ideology gained traction beyond a simple assembling function in the 19th century. However, no ideology acquired a widespread following until the emergence of Muslim Brotherhood influenced in the 1960s. Since the development of Afghanistan Sunni movement, the Islamist Sunni movement, so-called the Ikhwanin or Brotherhood, from the end of 1970 to the fall of Taliban in December 2001, Pakistani movement have been playing an authoritarian role in supporting their Afghan offspring or counterparts. The Pakistani military intelligence provided support to radical Islamists of both countries, used them as a tool of regional policy, or at least kept a benevolent attitude toward their activities. In parallel with this close relation between Pakistani and Afghan movements, thousands of Middle Eastern volunteers were dispatched to Afghanistan during and after the Afghan War of Resistance against the Soviet Army, mainly through Middle Eastern Brotherhood networks, and with the support of several intelligence services of some countries. Radicalization thus largely emerged and strengthened in Afghanistan with the Cold War between the two superpowers. The Middle Eastern connection gave birth around 1990 to the Al-Qaeda movement, headed by Osama bin Laden, who used Afghan territory and his connections with the Taliban to train young radical activists who were sent to the West to perpetrate terrorist activities. Foreign influence in Afghanistan has thus backfired, a fact that triggered the American military campaign in Afghanistan, whose effect was to eliminate the last significant elements of radical Islamists inside Afghanistan. According to President Karzai, the 1980s war to drive out Soviet forces from Afghanistan allowed religious radicalization to flourish in Afghanistan. Islamic fighters equated jihad with Afghan liberation. Extremism and terrorism were one of the most important tools used to undermine Afghan society after the Soviet withdrawal. Pakistan failed to contain or confront radicalization within its borders and allowed the flow of foreign fighters into Afghanistan in large numbers. Even after the US-led intervention in Afghanistan toppled the Taliban regime in 2001, madrasas in Pakistan tribal areas produced some of the most radical Taliban cadres. Almost 3 decades later, after the emergence of Taliban, Afghanistan currently hosts almost 20 terrorist groups, ranging from violent extremist groups such as Taliban Tehriki Taliban Pakistan, ETIM, LET, GM, Al-Qaeda, and ISIS-K, and other groups that espouse similar ideologies and advocate violence against the state or states. In Afghanistan, we have largely agreed to identify two primary reasons for radicalization, or two key reasons for radicalization. The first one, the primary reason, is the process by which an individual adopts increasingly extreme ideals in opposition to the status quo. And recruitment are not synonymous. Radicalization often occurs after recruitment, and in some cases may not occur at all, nor is there evidence to suggest the members of non-violent Islamist groups graduate to violent groups once they become sufficiently radicalized. Taliban recruitment often allows a traditionalist method that works with and through family, tribal, ethnic, and local religious networks. Afghanistan became a safe haven for foreign Islamist fighters since 1980s, and the idea of radicalization rapidly gained weight during Taliban first rule between 1996 to 2001. Targeted for recruitment are usually done when there are uneducated men, usually in their late teens or early 20s, predominantly from rural areas. Taliban recruit from madrasas run by clerics with long association to the Taliban movement. This subset of fighters tend to be radicalized prior to joining the movement, but does appear to constitute the majority of these fighting, but does not appear to constitute the majority of those fighting with the Taliban. Evidence also suggests that Taliban insurgent recruiting skips the radicalization or indoctrination phase and instead directly mobilize fighters, appealing to both the family and community and the individual with incentives, which include protection, cash, motorcycle, cell phone, pressure, or direct threats. In secondary radicalization, among the secondary reason, there are different factors involved, varying from poverty to illiteracy and unemployment. However, it may not be necessarily true that a person having radical or extremist ideals must have been poor, uneducated, or unemployed. It is widely believed that the push factor driving violent extremism in Afghanistan include unemployment, general poverty, lack of education as primary push factors. For instance, families with limited resources are forced to enroll their children in madrasas, the cheapest form of education available, even though parents know there is a risk their child will become radicalized. It is important to note, however, that while the majority of Afghans, an estimated 57%, are illiterate, few of these become radicalized, and the vast majority of the poor and unemployed do not join the insurgency. Another major push factor for radicalization in Afghanistan has been bad governance. The impunity of power holders, injustice perpetrated by the state, and favoritism in government appointments, or even ethnicization of government or power structure. The rise of radicalization under Taliban for the second time. The return of Taliban to power not only promises ill for the ordinary Afghan population, but also threatens regional and international security. The sole purpose of the US military intervention in Afghanistan was to destroy the terrorist infrastructure that prevailed under the Taliban regime and to restore human rights, support democratization, and good governance. However, the current Taliban leadership would have the world believe that the group's perception has changed and become more moderate compared to the Taliban of the 1990s. Recently, independent human rights reports have surfaced that indicate that the Taliban has carried out atrocities in numerous regions and have executed surrendered forces, former security officials, former civil servants, and even unarmed civilians. While increasing poverty, high level of food shortage, mass migration of people, and various other socioeconomic indices suggests that Taliban return to power poses various non-traditional security threats, ranging from illicit drug trafficking to the revival of terrorist safe havens in the years ahead. The fall of Kabul in August this year has inspired many extremists across the Muslim world who are likely to pose a threat to the regional and global security, with claims from senior US intelligence officials that Al-Qaeda could rebuild inside Afghanistan in 1 to 2 years. Many experts also believe that ISK could develop the ability to strike outside of Afghanistan within 6 to 12 months. Another UN report states that there are around 400 to 600 Al-Qaeda operatives fighting alongside the Taliban. Additionally, numerous ISIS fighters operating under the banner of Islamic State of Khorasan are in Afghanistan, all 34 provinces, rendering Afghanistan's already a prime location for terrorist organization. According to this report, there are 2,200 armed men from ISIS-K, mainly in the province of Kunar along the Pakistan border, in only one province. The economic and social political situation in Afghanistan is also deteriorating day by day, thus increasing the possibility that such radicalization will influence the entire region. Taliban named a new interim government led by hardliners that include no woman or opposition member or very few from other minorities. 17 of the 33 Taliban cabinet members are on the UN sanction list. This includes their interim prime minister, 2 deputy prime ministers, interior, defense, and foreign minister. The return of Taliban has raised the speculation that Afghanistan will once again become the nexus of global terrorist organization. The previous Taliban regime harbored Al-Qaeda, who planned and executed various terrorist attacks from Afghan soil, including the 9/11 attacks. With the withdrawal of American and allied forces, the Taliban resurgence Afghanistan may well become prime real estate for terrorist groups prepared to pay for the training ground in the failed state in the absence of an accountable government. Taliban have pledged to prohibit Afghan soil from being used as a launchpad by international terrorist outfits. The rhetoric, which I hope is only not targeted for obtaining international legitimacy and recognition from major power, but they really mean it. Additional reports indicate Pakistani-based terrorist outfits have joined in aiding the Taliban takeover. It is an open fact that the military and intelligence community in Pakistan has fully backed the Taliban takeover, expecting to thereby extend Islamabad's strategic sphere of influence. The Pakistani deep state has always used terrorists to obtain its major foreign policy objectives. Now, with the Taliban in power, they can use Afghan camps to train various terrorist outfits. Pakistan operates and increased infiltration along the Indian border in Kashmir. Therefore, it is just a matter of time before Afghanistan becomes the key base of operation for various terrorist organizations for Pakistan and surrounding regions. Another worrying concern is the increase of drug-based economy during the emerging humanitarian crisis. According to UN reports, in 2020 alone, there were 37% increase in opium cultivation in Afghanistan. Taliban had previously used drugs as a major revenue model, making trafficking a major part of the organization economy. Taliban had tried to ban poppy cultivation in the early 2000s to obtain international legitimacy. However, this met with significant backlash, which the organization changed its stance. These factors led to the former UNODC, United Nations Office for Drugs Control Executive Director, to claim that Afghanistan is on the path of becoming a full-fledged narco state. With Taliban lack of effective understanding of public administration and policy, the organization had always counted on drugs to fund its objectives. With the return to power, drugs seem to be a major security challenge for the region and beyond. Now, on the way forward, firstly, to prevent radicalization, Afghanistan needs to have an inclusive government with fair representation of all ethnicities, religious groups, and women. To avoid polarization, it is important to include all political groups, which are important to counter radicalization. Secondly, supporting the Afghan state to form a legal and governance structure, ensuring modernity, equity, fairness, and good governance. The new and inclusive government of Afghanistan must also recognize extremist groups as a threat to stability of the Afghan state and devise a long-term plan, which include a holistic strategy to counter reconcilable element through integration. Those Afghans who could be reintegrated back to our society, to reintegrate them, and irreconcilable elements or foreign fighters who are not Afghans must be dealt with force. Importantly, strong political will, together with the international community support, can transform the vision of Afghanistan free from terrorism. The UN, in the world's major power, must establish a mechanism to check on the rise of radical activities for the betterment of Afghanistan, this region, and the world. I'll leave you with a saying of the famous poet and philosopher of the subcontinent, Iqbal, that Asia is like a human body made of water and clay, and the Afghan nation in the body is like heart. Unless there is peace in Afghanistan, this region and world would face serious security consequences. And there must be a win-win formula for Afghanistan and not a lose-lose proposition. Thank you very much for your attention.
I request Professor Sharma to welcome our guest with a token of appreciation.
Sorry, we forgot the traditional bouquet giving.
The first panel today will discuss the impact of radicalization and the socio-cultural, economic, and political implications of radicalization. Today, we have with us retired Ambassador Dr. Abdusmet Khedrov. Sir has served as professor in Tashkent State Institute of Oriental Studies. He has also contributed to United Nations Assistance Mission in Afghanistan as Chief of Political Affairs Division. We are honored to have you with us, sir. Please come on stage. I request Professor Sharma to welcome our guest. Our next panelist today is Mr. Tahir Aslam Gora. Sir is a Canadian broadcaster, editor, publisher, and writer. He's a campaigner against the dangers of political Islam and Muslim Brotherhood. He has contributed to the literature with Urdu translation of the book, The Trouble with Islam Today. We welcome you, sir. Our next panelist is Dr. Amridin Sharipov, Assistant Professor at Tajik National University. Sir is the head of a chair in Department of Regionology of Faculty of International Relations at Tajik National University. He has been undertaking avid research on the topic of historic sciences and international relations. We're delighted to have you with us, sir. The rest of the panelists would be joining us virtually. Among them, we have Professor Marvin G. Wienholm, Director, Afghanistan and Pakistan Studies at Middle East Institute, Washington. Sir worked as Professor Emeritus of Political Science at the University of Illinois, Urbana-Champaign, and worked as analyst for Pakistan and Afghanistan in the US Department of State's Bureau of Intelligence and Research. Thank you, sir, for joining us virtually. Our next panelist is Mr. Hasnul Haq Inu, Honorable Member of Parliament, Bangladesh. Sir is a Bangladeshi politician and former Minister of Information in Bangladesh. He leads a faction of the Jatiya Samajtantrik Dal and was involved in Marxist insurgency in the 1970s. Again, we welcome you virtually, sir. We also have with us Dr. Georgy Stein. Sir is a PhD from Plekhanov Russian University of Economics and is working as an associate professor at Moscow State University. He is an expert for Russian International Affairs Council. Thank you, sir, for joining us virtually. The moderator for this session is Professor Dheeraj Sharma. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. We'll follow the same format. I'll request all the speakers to speak for 12 to 15 minutes introductory remarks, and we'll have Q&A, and then we'll close the session with the closing remarks. I'll request first we have a time constraint with Professor Marvin Weinbaum, because it's middle of the night and in the US. So if I may request Professor Weinbaum, I'm so thankful to you. You took my invitation, and you're staying up so late at night to be part of us. So may I request you to please make your remarks, sir. Thank you for coming.
Well, thank you, Professor Sharma, for the invitation. And let me say, also express my thanks here to having been able to listen to a very erudite keynote address, so comprehensive, so insightful, really. I just wanted to express that. It makes the job of other panelists a lot easier. I'm going to use my time here to ask the question about what really are the consequences, social, economic, political, that stem from the reestablishment of an Islamic emirate in Afghanistan. What are the possibilities of its export as an insurgency carrying radical doctrinaire set of beliefs to the region and beyond? I think we can agree it's too early to assess the impact of radicalization of the new regime. After all, it's only been 4 months. We have our best gauge of this, though, in what is going on in Afghanistan right now, and I think the ambassador did speak to that. Let me, however, look at, because I believe although we might talk about the Afghanistan itself and what has been the very profound changes that have already taken place in all those areas, social, economic, and political. But let me devote my few moments here to asking to what extent has the Taliban takeover does it represent a milestone in the radicalization of militant organizations across the region and similar groups globally? When we think of this, we immediately think of what will be the implications here for such groups as the Tehrik-e-Taliban Pakistan, TTP, and as well as the Islamic movement of Uzbekistan and the Islamic East Turkestan Islamic movement. And we can add to that insurgent movements, Baluch in Iran, and latent groups here in Tajikistan as well, and groups well beyond that, including groups that we, especially in Pakistan, we refer to as jihadi organizations, and whether in fact it will have implications for them as well and their activities. What we're talking about here, I think, is to what degree can we expect that it may inspire, energize these groups, raise morale, stimulate recruitment, and overall serve as a model for anti-state behavior in all of these nation states bordering on Afghanistan and beyond. We know here very clearly of the past collaboration of the Taliban with Al-Qaeda and TTP, as well as other groups, jihadi groups like Lashkar-e-Taiba in particular. Now, there are differences between these groups and the Taliban. Clearly, the Taliban has focused its efforts on seizing power in Afghanistan. And as we compare with these other groups, particularly Al-Qaeda and the Al-Qaeda and Islamic State, which I did not mention and should have, we realize that there's a difference here in their priorities. But what I want to stress here at the outset is that actually it's not matters of principle, it is matters of agenda. There really is very little ideological space between any of these groups. Yes, I know some we tend to identify as being oriented toward more Salafist kinds of ideology. We talk about the Deobandis and what they bring to this. But I want to stress here that one should also see the Taliban as very much part of this kind of larger movement here of Islamic radicalization in the region and beyond. Now, what will the Taliban's attitude be toward these groups? Will it be one that tolerates them? Because the great fear is that they will now be able to use Afghanistan as a organizing point which to mobilize to move out. And so I think that we're talking about toleration, but also facilitation. To what degree will they be willing to assist these groups as they launch their own extremist activities in the neighboring states? At the same time, we have to appreciate the fact that the Taliban now is in power, and its main objective currently is to retain power, to consolidate its power, and that some of these groups, at least too close an association with them, will be counterproductive. There seems to be, I think, some evidence of this already. We have seen it here with the Taliban's role in recently facilitating the Tehrik-e-Taliban Pakistan government talks which of course one could have predicted have not succeeded, but nevertheless indicate, with particularly the fact that it was the Haqqanis who put this together, or who made it possible for the two sides to have the 3 rounds of talks that they did have. It really recognizes that it is trying to balance off what its allegiance, it's what it owes to some of these groups, as well as its long-term obligations to Pakistan. So I think we have to see this a little different. Interestingly, though, what we have seen with Tajikistan is something else. Tajikistan, never like these other organizations, like particularly, well, I'll come around to talk about different countries here, but Tajikistan never developed links with the Taliban, whereas many of the other powers in the region had. And what we have seen here is a building tensions between Tajikistan and the Taliban regime. This is the great exception here, where one of the neighbors clearly has taken a different approach. And again, I want to say that more about that in a moment. All of the regional powers, and this is, I think, what has to be stressed above all of the regional powers here are aware of the consequences of the Taliban's assumption of power. And what they can agree on, countries that often disagree among themselves, they can agree on the necessity here of containing Afghanistan, of keeping what has happened in Afghanistan within Afghanistan, and to make certain that Afghanistan does not cooperate here in any way in exporting Islamic insurgency. All of these countries, as I say, have had over time here hedging strategies. But they have all had them basically because of the possibility that the Taliban might ultimately succeed in over the Kabul government, over the republic, but most of all, the fear of the regional actors of civil war in Afghanistan. Now, luckily, the country was spared this. And if there is any silver lining here in what has happened 4 months ago, it is that if this was inevitably going to be the outcome, given the factors at work here, that at least it did not lead to a bloody civil war, which could go on for a year or 2 or more, in which very likely there would be proxy involvement. And the countries of the region have been very anxious to avoid the kind of real activity that they performed during the 1990s when they took sides with different elements within the country, particularly the Northern Alliance as against the Taliban. What we have seen here thus far in the foreign policy making of the Taliban is a kind of flexibility that I don't think we're seeing nearly as much domestically. And that is, foreign policy leaves more room for flexibility. What is so important in understanding the Taliban is the fact that it has basically never really compromised on anything. Look at the degree to which it was willing to compromise during the years of negotiation with the United States over almost 2 years, and its experience in inter-Afghan negotiations. The the Taliban, we would be making a gross mistake if we thought that they are like so many other actors, and that is a willingness to compromise, a willingness to become to assume a willingness here to give and take, such as would be implied in power sharing. That never really was on the table. Just again, a few remaining moments that I have. Let me say something about some of the countries in the region. Let's face it, Pakistan has the most at stake in what happens in Afghanistan. We can fault Pakistan for so much, but we do have to recognize that it is likely to feel the consequences of it. And so it's not surprising that Pakistan has taken an inordinately great interest in the outcome in Afghanistan. But the Taliban, I don't believe, was the kind of government that it wanted. It would have preferred to have had a coalition government in which the Taliban were important players. Pakistan today has to view the Taliban very differently than it did in the 1990s. What was initially something that certainly has greatly pleased the Pakistanis to have a regime which they believe will now make it more difficult for India to have any kind of role in Afghanistan. But at the same time that they have achieved this opportunity, they've also given themselves problems. And that is because Pakistan today has to struggle with its own militant extremist groups. And so it has to see Afghanistan in a different light than it did in the 1990s. We have seen increased violence during this year from the TTP, and we can anticipate there will be even more now. And particularly with the likelihood that there will be hundreds of thousands, even millions of refugees, the possibility that the TTP will use this flood of refugees to further establish themselves again within the tribal area. Iran's fear in the 1990s was of having a radical Shi'i movement on its border. And as we know, they were in near conflict in 1998. Iran's position or approach has changed in recent years. Iran saw the need instead to ingratiate itself with the Taliban, to establish lines of communication, and to, in doing that, both support its co-religionists, the Hazara group mainly, but also to assure that if the Taliban did come to power, that they would be able to reach some kind of accommodation, which again would keep the Taliban's success within Afghanistan, and that there would not be the kind of export. Iran, of course, has great concern here about drug trafficking. India's nightmare is, of course, has been a Islamic radical regime in the country, in Afghanistan, and what this might mean for the broad South Asia region, to have a regime which might very well give opportunities for the kinds of groups I've been talking about. But even now we're seeing within India, if I judge it correctly, and our audience here would be much better informed on this, we've seen India reassess its position in Afghanistan, to recognize that perhaps, as the other countries have, the best way to neutralize Afghanistan as a source of export of extremism, of radicalism, is to establish a relationship with them. I think that they have to be conscious of the fact, again, that don't expect that the Taliban regime is going to give very much in the way of change on anything which represents what it views as its core values. The Taliban, of course, has also reassessed with India and with China. It is interesting for a regime that so has prided itself on its purity, that it finds no problem here in seeking to have China seeking relationship with China, which represents so much of the opportunity for financial assistance, as does India, as they view it in Kabul. But at the same time, it realizes that it may have to put aside its when it comes to foreign affairs as against domestic policy, it may have to put aside some of its doctrinaire views. And there is something rather odd here, again, that the Taliban will not in any way criticize the human rights policies of China, or for that matter, of India, although with respect, say, to the Muslim population of India. As I mentioned, China is, for China, it's all about ETIM. Almost paranoid fears that the Uyghur nationalism will become a strengthened insurgency with the Taliban in power. The Taliban regime has brought them, I think, close. All of the regimes in the region also view ISK as their primary concern. And I think we want to recognize that. Russia and the stands, Uzbekistan and Tajikistan have strong memories of Islamic insurgency, and their fear has been, of course, of that reasserting itself with the Taliban regime. But mostly, again, the regimes are concerned with Islamic State Khorasan. Russia's interests overlap with those of the Stans, and all are worried about drug trafficking and domestic consumption. Finally, and I'm going to conclude with this, the United States and the West here, of course, are mainly concerned about terrorist organizations finding ungoverned space in the country, most concerned about how the Taliban will whether it will crack down on these organizations. And right now, we do see that the Taliban have been organizing, I think, very clearly to destroy ISK. But what we have to realize that now is that it is this ungoverned space that I think has most reason for alarm. And that is so much of what the region needs right now is stability. And that includes stability in Afghanistan itself. Because without that stability, there will be the kind of ungoverned space. What it should be of concern here is that if there is a collapse of the Kabul government, which many may welcome, but if that leads here to the kind of anarchy that we saw in the 1990s, particularly in the early 1990s, and gives then opportunity for groups like Al Qaeda and Islamic State and others to find sanctuary and to launch operations. That this is going to be something which the entire region has to be concerned with. And again, it is the fact that the destabilization of regimes in the region, the destabilization is the greatest concern here of, and should be, of not just the region, but the global community. And that collapse could come about as a result of the combination of humanitarian disaster, economic collapse. We may see internal dissent among the Taliban, and all of this could lead to a civil war with the proxies joining in. So let me conclude with that, and I look forward to listening to the other speakers.
Thank you. May I request Mr. Hasnul Haq, who's also joined online, Member of Parliament from Bangladesh, and I'm going to request, these are introductory remarks. Please restrict it to about 12 to 15 minutes so that we have a chance for interaction.
Well, thank you, Professor Dheeraj Sharma. Respected panelists, ladies and gentlemen, greetings from Bangladesh. Well, you know my biography, but apart from that, I fought in the Liberation War of 1971 and a freedom fighter. So salute to the freedom fighters of Bangladesh and also Indians, and to the martyrs who laid their lives in the War of Liberation. Okay, having said that, let me candidly say that radicalization and radicalism needs to be qualified. Radicalism generally symbolizes change, progress, new ideas, and changes. But when pursue a violent path to establish their ideas, that is not accepted. Not all radicals are violent. Not all violent extremists are radicals. Rise of radicalism varies from country to country. Violent radicalism is an essentially manipulated phenomena which is artificially created using failures in economic political system. So nothing to fear if we are committed to fight. Well, after the end of the Cold War, when the Soviet Union is dismantled, everybody thought that the world is entering an era of peaceful coexistence. But no, we have entered a new troubled world bogged down by low-intensity conflict, LICs of ethnic, racial, and religious and other groups, violent activities, alongside with localized wars with countries. The Cold War ended, but the security architecture of the West was not dismantled. On the contrary, it was strengthened, which posed against two phenomena: rise of China on the one hand and rise of violent extremists, mainly Islamists. The ex-CIA chief, James Olsey, observed about the Cold War. Two dragons were fighting, one is slain when other animals are hiding or silent. So after the slaying of one dragon, the other animals tried to raise their heads and resisted their presence. So that is happening after the World War. The starting of the recent violent Islamists may be attributed, to my understanding, to two incidents. In the 60s, the Palestinian movement, and in the 70s, the Iranian Islamic Revolution. The West did not bother, but tried to capitalize the radical entities for their power game. Soviets, so also the Americans, used these Islamists. So in the subsequent years, we see the rise of Al-Qaeda, IS, etc. Though no bombs were found in Iraq, was victimized, so also Syria, Libya. In the process, the whole Middle East and a part of Africa were pushed towards a volatile situations where LICs dominated. Historically seen, various state intelligence agencies conducted covert operations using extremist organizations to overthrow government of disliking in different countries. That is how we witness the gradual rise of violent Islamist radicalism as a counter phenomena to West. Having said that, let me cite a regional example of Pakistan. General Ziaul Haq, the ex-military dictator, formalized extremist military connection. As a result, Pakistan military extremist nexus has caused regional and global instability. But many years before that, I recall 1971, the War of Liberation of Bangladesh. Everybody terms it as a fight against Pakistani occupational forces. But in that war, actually, Pakistani military directly collaborated with Islamist, Jamaat-e-Islami and other Islamic groups. And then post-religion, Islam against Bengali nationalism. With the slogan, "Save Islam, save religion," we witness unprecedented atrocities committed by military Islamists nexus in 1971. After the end of the Cold War, we saw the worst genocide of 3 million people, Bengalis killed, and more than 200,000 plus women molested. Sadly, this Pakistani military Mullah nexus and its genocide was directly backed by the Americans to outmaneuver India in South Asia. My salute to India and also to the then Soviet Union, who stood by the Bangladesh and helped to defeat the military Mullah nexus. Uniqueness of 1971 is Pakistan Islamists were defeated by Bengalis, who are majority of them are Muslims by religion. So it is a glaring example that Islamists do not represent Islam, neither they cannot befool the majority Muslims. We were successful because we put forward the flag of nationalism and secularism. Recently, Bangladesh government stood against the persecution of the 1.1 million Rohingyas who fled from Myanmar because of ethno-religious nationalist military repressions. It is a glaring example again that Bangladesh stood by the people, and we saw the same thing as Pakistan did in 1971. Let me look at the global structure. To be short, global socio-political economic architecture is not stable. It has loopholes, not totally human. Pandemic exposed the weaknesses, and the global architecture, a socio-economic system, pursues a policy of discrimination and exclusion. So in turn develops grievance phenomena within the states, which is being capitalized by the violent radicals of all states. Well, radicals, let us look at how violent radicals work. Need to discuss the content which they use and their type in which context. Violent Islamists misinterprets Quran and Hadith. Marginalization of the ethnic religious minorities in the Western Asia develops a grievance phenomena, cross-cutting with religion comes to the forefront, which extremists use. Content differs from foot soldiers and the Islamic leaders, where they are only pawns to the greater game. Foot soldiers only have narrow angles, bogged with day-to-day realities and financial concerns. Islamophobia is a product and created artificially, propagated from the West for their power play to dominate over the world resources, especially Middle East and Africa. And so violent radicalism used it and emerged as a counter reaction. So we have two extremes, Islamophobia on the one hand and radical extremism. Another phenomenon is xenophobia, a phenomenon seen in the West recently. We see the rise of white supremacists, Christian supremacists, which again is responsible for fueling the rise of Islamists worldwide. Unfortunately, extremism is no longer specific to any religion, but also spreading to different political ideologies and religions. Terrorists flourish through media coverage. Use of social media online platform has de-terrorized the world. This new borderless platform or space is used for spreading hate speech, misinformation, disinformation, fake news. It fuels intolerance. Now, violent extremists are very active in the social media. Well, illicit money, that is narcotics, arms, drug, human trafficking, are all being used by the extremists. State-supported finance is being used for proxy activities using radical entities. Thomas Friedman, a writer, coinage of flattening of the world have provided unique opportunities for extremists to contextualize their acts. The rippling effect across border, the butterfly effect across the countries are also being capitalized by extremists to foment violence. Even the politicians also use these incidents to outmaneuver their opponents to win the power game. So to combat extremism, we need to address the context and contextual issues also. It is a multidimensional problem. So only a South Asian approach is not enough. We need a global approach. Having said that, now let us look at the South Asian situation and also the impact of Taliban takeover in Bangladesh. Well, South Asia, terrorism and political violence is being used by groups espousing a wide variety of causes, including national self-determination or separatism, both right and left-wing politics, and militant religious extremism. Militants in South Asia exploit local grievances and also draw from international events to promote radical and extremist causes. Terrorists in South Asia exploit cross-border ethnic and religious ties, 24-hour media cycle, transnational organized crime syndicates, globalized financial networks. But the terrorists in South Asia has a political relationship among states characterized by suspicion, mistrust, often outright hostility, have prevented the development of a strong and effective regional cooperative mechanism to combat radicalism. Pakistan, sorry to say, its duplicity surely is a roadblock to a comprehensive approach. The Taliban takeover in Afghanistan have a psychological impact on all the terrorist groups around the world, and so also in Kashmir, India, and Bangladesh also. Taliban threat is not restricted to the Muslims majority of South Asian states, but also to Sri Lanka and many other states. It is also a threat to India's security situation because Lashkar-e-Taiba, Jaish-e-Mohammed use Afghanistan to launch attacks in Kashmir. Moreover, other global extremists, ISIS, Al-Qaeda, etc. are operating. So there is all possibility of a physical linkage with the South Asian extremists. In Bangladesh, JMB, Huji, Jamaat Islami, and some other organizations have a history of interactions with the Taliban and Al-Qaeda from late 1980s. Taliban then exported arms also, tried to radicalize youths, also refugees seeking Rohingyas in collaboration with Pakistan's intelligence agency ISI and Lashkar-e-Taiba. Though in Bangladesh, because of zero tolerance policy of Sheikh Hasina, the Prime Minister, these extremists are combated and neutralized to a large extent, but still some are operating. Taliban sheltering several affiliates of Al-Qaeda, which has operational bases across South Asia. So Al-Qaeda branch is also operating in South Asia, may be activated by Taliban takeover. Islamic State is also active in South Asia. Though Taliban said that they have cut ties with these groups, but the enduring relationship between Taliban and Al-Qaeda in Afghanistan will have a troubling consequences for regional security. It is to note now that the Taliban's takeover after that has released from prison all the terrorists, including IS, Lashkar-e-Taiba, Jaish-e-Mohammed. Taliban can give space to them and their handlers, Pakistan ISI. Let us not forget that ISI is still very active and connected with all the Islamic groups of Bangladesh. Taliban's access to resources may also allow them to finance cross-border activities. Pakistan has a history of Islamist mullah collaboration with military during 1971. Moreover, its intelligence security network apparatus plays a role in supporting, creating, and even exporting terrorist groups. So when a state sponsors extremism, then even a marginalized extremist organization within Bangladesh and India can become a bigger threat. Pakistan is nothing but a mullah military state. I call MMS, Pakistan ISI is active and connected with all the extremists of Bangladesh, and on the other hand, there's a very good networking with the Taliban. So long Pakistan is a mullah military state, MMS, it is definitely a threat to the region and Bangladesh and also to the world. Because of the MMS factor, even marginalized extremists may become a threat to region and Bangladesh. So no complacency. India and Bangladesh and South Asia as a whole need to keep the guards on. For Bangladesh, so far no Taliban infiltrations happened so far. In the past, we have dealt with tough hand the Taliban ISI extremist nexus and marginalized them. Our foreign relations on the issue of Taliban has become a role model for others, and we are constantly monitoring what is happening in Afghanistan. Finally, continuation of governments with secularism and pluralism, ideologies and values is a check to the spread of Talibanization or any other form of extremism. And neutralize it, we need to adopt a counter-radicalization policy. Bangladesh not only enacted some laws, but also is a signatory to the international anti-terrorism instruments. Bangladesh has taken up de-radicalization programs for prisons. Gender approach is initiated to educate mothers to combat radicalism. Women empowerment is expedited because it acts as a shield against radicalization. Efforts are to bring many forms of education and religious schools to bring it under the mainstream educational system so that the government do have an oversight. Bangladesh has started to work on counter narratives in social media. Besides these steps, Bangladesh is pursuing a comprehensive plan where we are taking a whole of government approach, good governance approach, whole of society approach, good community engagement approach, alternative ideology approach, socio-psychological approach, legal approach, and international and regional cooperation approach. Having said that, countering radicalism in South Asia cannot be done alone. We need a regional consensus. We need agreements on secular principles and values. We need an economic, cultural, and educational collaborations. We need to focus on equitable collective economic development. We need to diffuse the poverty bomb and communal bomb together by harnessing together the natural resources, and also to pursue a policy of secularism and pluralism with the policy of pursuance of zero tolerance to extremism. So in this context, proxy war phenomena and cross-border terrorism is to be totally shunned off and resisted. Violent radicals are like floating water hyacinths with good-looking flowers, but nobody uses those flowers in vases or in houses or give it to the lovers. So how good it looks overtly, water hyacinths are only a menace to humankind, so just destroy. Water hyacinths are a temporary phenomenon, so nothing to fear, just destroy with a comprehensive plan. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Joy Bangla.
Yes. May I now request Professor Ambassador Abu Samad Khedrov to please give his comments.
Conference, and especially to Professor Sharma. Thank you very much. And today I would like to share with you my views on a topic which is named the new political reality in Afghanistan, its possible implications for the Central Asian region, and shortly prospects for cooperation between Uzbekistan and India. So the Taliban's assumption of power in Afghanistan in mid of August 2021 has created a new political reality both in the country and in the regions of Central and South Asia. The Taliban controls almost the entire territory of the country, with the exception of certain areas of Panjshir Valley. Today, an interim government has been shaped which includes only representatives of the Taliban. The Taliban's current efforts are aimed at eliminating the Western version of modernization and establishing traditional values based on Sharia law and code of conduct of Pashtuns, Pashtunwale. And the Taliban's goal is the creation of Islamic State, and efforts to implement it are likely to continue by all available means. In fact, another theocratic state has been shaped on the borders of Central Asia. Since inception of power in the country, the religious component of the traditional values of Afghanistan has strengthened. The Taliban interim government has been trying to fully establish the function of the state system. The slow fulfillment of well-known obligations to the international community is explained by the contradictions between the various factions in the leadership of the Taliban. Moreover, Afghanistan is facing a deep economic crisis. There is an acute shortage of food in the country. Today, nearly 19 million Afghans are already experiencing acute food insecurity. In general, the development of the situation in Afghanistan remains difficult to predict. As it was mentioned by His Excellency Ambassador of Afghanistan, Farid Mamadzai, the current situation is complicated by the fact that there are more than 20 terrorist organizations continue to operate in Afghanistan. It's the most highest concentration of terrorist groups in one single country. At the same time, from our point of view, two organizations, namely Islamic State of Khorasan and Al-Qaeda, have been weakened during the previous government, and they are not able to carry out large-scale operations for the time being. Nevertheless, their ideology is alive, and we shouldn't forget their transnational ambitions and potential threat to regional security. The most serious problem in Afghanistan is the humanitarian crisis, which can be negative consequences for the security and sustainable development of both Central Asia and the entire international community. It may contribute to the preservation of instability and radicalization of different groups of the country's population. The possible drift of Afghanistan towards radicalization will mean the imminent penetration of these ideas of radicalism into Central Asia. This situation may also lead to a new flow of refugees and the penetration of terrorist groups into Central Asia. But there is no evidence to suggest that this is likely. This year, the International Monetary Fund and the UN expect the country's economy to decline by 30–40%, which will lead to an increase in the number of people living below the poverty line to 36 million people. It is almost 95% of population of Afghanistan. Today, more than 3.2 million children under the age of 5 are at a special risk, and more than 1 billion children may face the risk of starvation by the end of this year. In general, there is an understanding in Uzbekistan that there is no real threat emanating from Afghanistan on its borders. Moreover, Uzbekistan views Afghanistan as an integral part of Central Asia. Understanding the current socio-economic situation in Afghanistan allows Uzbekistan to provide humanitarian assistance and maintain contacts with the new authorities in Kabul. Given the current dynamics and the situation in Afghanistan, Uzbekistan, as the closest neighbor, cannot leave Afghanistan alone with these problems. Uzbekistan's post-conflict foreign policy towards Afghanistan is aimed at supporting the Afghan people and creating necessary prerequisites for the peaceful development of the country. Since the end of August this year, Uzbekistan has been supplying humanitarian aid to Afghanistan, including food, medicines, and warm clothes. Uzbekistan today covers 52% of Afghanistan electricity inputs. Moreover, about 50% goods imported by Afghanistan, by the Afghan side, are transited through the territory of Uzbekistan to Afghanistan. Only in September of this year, 1,300 tons of humanitarian aid were sent to the neighboring country. Recently, the main logistical center of the UN World Food Organization was opened in Termez. Uzbekistan believes that today it's important to consolidate the efforts of the international community to prevent a large-scale humanitarian crisis in Afghanistan. We believe that the implementation of the project, such as Mazar-e-Sharif, Kabul, Peshawar Railway, Polukhumri, Kabul power lines, Kasa 1000, Tapi, and other projects will contribute to stabilization in the country and help to reduce the involvement of young people in the ranks of terrorist groups. At the same time, the implementation of these projects will open up the possibility for transnational trans-regional cooperation. Moreover, Mazar-e-Sharif Kabul Peshawar Railway will be the shortest and the cheapest corridor to South Asia and to the ports of Indian Ocean. It will connect two big regions, Central Asia and South Asia. Of course, Uzbekistan is not the only country providing assistance to Afghanistan. Humanitarian assistance has been provided by many countries, including neighboring countries, and located far beyond of Afghanistan. Hence, the European Union states have provided 1 billion euros in recent months to prevent a humanitarian catastrophe in Afghanistan. In the near future, the EU plans to allocate another 200 million euros for humanitarian aid and other programs, including those aimed at educating young people. A few days ago, Uzbek President Shavkat Mirziyoyev stated that if coordinated, effective measures are not taken, Afghanistan may remain a source of new challenges and threats to regional security for a long time. The achievement of early peace and stability in the country will open the way for its development, as well as new strategic opportunities for the implementation of major economic energy projects of regional and international importance. According to many foreign observers, the international community have no option but to engage with the Taliban as it leads the efforts to build peace and stability in Afghanistan. As an immediate neighbor of Afghanistan with long-standing historical linkages, India has one of the highest stakes in the development in the war-torn country. There is clear understanding in Central Asian countries that India is interested in ensuring peace and stability in Afghanistan more than other countries. Since 2002, up to the fall of Ghani government, India has supported Afghanistan with roughly $3 million in development assistance, far more than it has provided to any other nation. This assistance has taken the form of scholarships to students, much needed infrastructure and transportation projects, medical teams to treat and heal Afghans. The new situation in Afghanistan, which has evolved since the Taliban again came to power, is well known to everyone. A humanitarian crisis is unfolding in the country. In this situation, India offered to provide 50,000 metric tons of wheat and life-saving medicines in humanitarian aid for the people of Afghanistan. This India's move demonstrates its readiness to avert a humanitarian crisis in Afghanistan. Like many other countries of the world community, India hopes that the Taliban fulfill its public commitment not to allow anyone to pose a threat to any country from the soil of Afghanistan. In general, the development of a consolidated position of the Central Asian countries and India with regard to Afghanistan and the efforts to of our countries to stabilize the situation in the neighboring country would help to keep Afghanistan from marginalization. It would also contribute to solving humanitarian and economic issues that will contribute to the development of Afghanistan itself and the countries of Central and South Asia, as well as strengthen regional security in which India is also interested. Our cooperation can successfully develop within the framework of India-Central Asia dialogue. By the way, the third meeting of this dialogue will be held in a few days. At the same time, this cooperation can be continued within the framework of Shanghai Cooperation Organization. As to track two, as to our think tanks and research centers, given that the fight against radicalism will not be of a short-term nature, our centers could consider the possibility of joint research on radicalization, extremism, and prospects of economic development issues in Central and South Asia, taking, of course, into account the current realities in Afghanistan. These studies could have an applied nature and will be in demand not only by the scientific communities of our countries. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ambassador Kedrov, please. I'm going to request Mr. Tahir Aslam Gora to give his introductory remarks, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dheeraj Sharma. And thank you very much, your team and Indian Institute of Management, Rohtak. This conference is an opportunity for all of us to share our concerns as well as views on this pandemic of radicalization. I'll be sticking to the main topic of this session precisely, because on Afghanistan, what Ambassador Farid Mamunzad said is, I mean, those thoughts and those views are the ground realities. So, as I said, I'll be very brief in terms of having my opening remarks. So, your theme for this session suggested that parties motivated by radical ideologies and empowered by militias and suicide brigades continue to threaten the world order from sanctuaries created in countries which operate from, which are actually outside the effective role of the national government. South Asian and many parts of Africa are within the site, unquote. In my humble opinion, those Islamist militias and suicide brigades are on their own, mostly in Africa, but in South Asia, They are operating actually from parts of some countries which are actually in the control of their national governments. Jaish-e-Mohammed, Lashkar-e-Taiba, Tehreek-e-Labbaik Pakistan, and some factions of Tehreek-e-Taliban alike are being operated by Pakistan state machinery, for instance, and the Taliban, the mother and father of Al-Qaeda, ISIS, are seeking world recognition and recognition of their illegitimate government in Afghanistan. Yesterday, we heard a lot of debate on the difference of political radicalization and religious radicalization. Most scholars argue that the current phase of radicalization is more political than religious. In my opinion, current radicalization is associated with two big elements. Number one, certain prevailing mindset. Number two, the sense of identity crisis. Before I further my argument, I like to emphasize this session's precise theme. Impact of radicalization on social, cultural, economic, and political situations in societies. The impact of radicalization on social, cultural, economic, and politics goes hand in hand with identity crisis and prevailing certain mindset. The incidents of savagery mob killing of a Sri Lankan man in Pakistan's city Sialkot is more linked with prevailing mindset than political or religious radicalization. The ordinary citizens and factory workers in Pakistan are neither religious radicals nor political, but they do have a certain mindset. According to them, a blasphemous person in their eyes deserves that kind of a fate that a helpless and honest Sri Lankan factory manager in Pakistan met, unfortunately and sadly. We may talk in conference like this for hours and hours that not any religion teaches violence and killings in the name of religion, but on ground, people differ with each other ferociously and violently. Even in my peaceful country, Canada, we notice thousands and thousands of Muslim families teaching their kids to not intermingle with Western culture and non-Muslims. One must be noticing similar behavior in India and in the rest of the world as well. By the way, I remember a couple of years back, I arranged a conference in Canada under the umbrella of my think tank. And some of the Canadian authorities asked me, Mr. Gaurav, what is the potential threat of terrorism in Canada? So I responded to them. I said that in my humble opinion, the social fabric of our communities is bigger threat than any suicide attack in Canada. Because when 1.4 million Canadian Muslims, among them, I would say roughly 25%, say to their kids that these are the kuffars, these are the infidels, this is the biggest threat to a society than blowing sort of a suicide bomber and killing, because that is the kind of a threat we face every day in Canada, in the United States. So one must be noticing similar behavior in India and rest of the world as well, as I said. They call others as infidels and kuffars, which are utmost derogatory tags and labels. What I consider hateful remarks to other human fellows. This mindset is based on identity crisis. One's fear of losing one's identity, one's fear of losing own identity, one rejects others' identity too, and one's own identity as well. During this thought process, the rejecter does not realize that he or she is actually rejecting his or her own identity. For example, subcontinent's Muslims' ancestry comes from Hindu civilization, but most of them are alienating from their own ancestry. When I say about myself that I'm a Hindu born in Muslim faith, I mean something in terms of associating myself with my roots. In doing so, I feel part and parcel of I feel myself as part and parcel of my Hindu civilization. I'm at peace with my civilization, and my civilization does not feel any threat or attack from me. It becomes a win-win situation for both of us, despite I may seek spiritual healing from Allah or from both Allah and Ishwar, which are actually different names of one creator in my personal perception. This social alienation leads to a radical path in a similar way as a radical particle decides to leave its own orbit and wants to jump into another orbit to create a disturbance in both orbits. So the biggest impact, this is also known as the incompatibility of a certain article to not get along with others in that particular orbit or in a bigger social group, in case of being a certain individual or a certain group of individuals. In short, the impact of radicalization in social, cultural, economic, and political situation of a society is enormous. The biggest impact results in socio-cultural, econo-political collapse of the society. Taliban's today Afghanistan is the manifestation of such situation. How such radicalization be managed and curtailed? I think this is the topic of our next session, and I am looking forward to hear solutions in that session if there are any available as ground realities. So these are pretty brief remarks from opening remarks from my side. So I would like Professor Sharma to go ahead with other speaker, please.
Thank you, Mr. Gora. Now we have Dr. Georgi Astrian, who's joining us from Russia online. Please.
Thank you very much. Do you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you for having me. It's very interesting conference, and I am very happy to be with you. Very interesting statements and theses. Well, first of all, when we're talking about radicalization, we should go back to 1970s and remember the period when the Soviet Union invaded into Afghanistan. It was, from my point of view, a big mistake. But the bigger mistake was the wide and deep range support from different countries to the Mujahideen movement in Afghanistan, which of course, from my point of view, has some kind of connection to a contemporary Taliban movement. And of course, that support did a lot to increase the radicalization development in South Asia, and especially in Afghanistan. And I remember, and I should emphasize, that India was a country which didn't support that movement and didn't take a part in that special operation, which was against Soviet Union and the government, that time government in Afghanistan, pro-communist government. But of course, that whole situation and the Soviet invasion in Afghanistan was a mistake. We understand it now. But once again, I want to emphasize and support the different radical movement against Soviet Union presence in Afghanistan was much bigger mistake. And of course, when we're talking about the radicalization in general, we should say, from my point of view, that we see the period of radicalization now, and it is increasing because of the situation in Afghanistan. Now there are more than 30 terrorist organizations in Afghanistan, which are very active and moving probably freely and without any kind of fight against them from the new Taliban government in Afghanistan. Well, and the rapid and political victory of the Taliban movement during the summer offensive in 2021, of course, shocked the system of international relations and the regional security architecture. The Taliban military success in rural areas were expected and predicted, but the capture of Kabul, the capital of Afghanistan, and the capitalization of the official Afghan authority it became a black swan of regional geopolitics. Of course, we should say that unsuccessful 20 years military campaign by the United States and NATO, it was a factor of that win by the Taliban movement. And of course, we should say, from my point of view, that the attempts to integrate the Afghan society into accelerated modernization process were carried out under the immature social political practices and a complete lack of institution in Afghanistan. From the other side, we should say that for the last 20 years, the United States and Afghan government did some kind of development, very big development, and developed the city of Kabul and some other biggest cities in Afghanistan. And we couldn't say that there was no any kind of progress and evolution of nation buildings, government buildings, buildings of institution in Afghanistan, and so on. From my point of view, the victory of radical terrorist movement, Taliban, yes, can cause a domino effect and lead to the strengthening of international terrorist groups. From the system theory perspective, the victory of one radical group and establishing the control over the UN member state cannot be cause a negative reaction for the global and regional security construction. And the Taliban victory was a victory of radical political Islamism at the global level, which significantly strengthened its position as a system of international relations. And very important to say is that if the new authority in Kabul failed to normalize the situation and the international community fails to provide the support to the Afghan people, this could affect and develop the catastrophic scenario, including a new round of civil war within Afghanistan. And of course, it would create a catastrophic scenario, not only for Afghanistan, but even for very range regional instability. And when we're talking about the last 25 years experience of different processes, political processes in Afghanistan, we should say that the experience of the last 25 years show that neither the Taliban style dogma nor the imported American version of democracy couldn't bring Afghanistan to the peace and prosperity. No of these processes couldn't work Afghanistan very successful. And in this case, we should talk about the inclusion government, which are emphasized by different governments around the world, from great powers, from regional powers. And very important from my point of view to emphasize the activities from different countries around the world and from regional powers, especially in Central Asia. They are all trying to stabilize the situation in Afghanistan, make some connection to the new government, to modernization, for the modernization of the government. And we should understand that the Taliban, which is, of course, a terrorist movement and terrorist organization which banned in Russia, despite all its radicalism, is still ethno-religion fundamental movement, ethno-religion and fundamental movement, which interests are mainly focused on the internal affairs in Afghanistan. And there is no any kind of indication that Taliban for now want to export its views, its activities outside of Afghanistan. It's also very important to emphasize from my point of view. But despite that, after all, this was a radical Islamism ideas victory. And even that caused some kind of a holiday in the ranks of terrorist network around the world. And we see that, for example, in a Syrian Idlib, which are some kind of stronghold of different terrorist groups, there were some kind of festivals and holidays and congratulations from different terrorist groups to the Taliban when they came to power. And we see that some different terrorists from Al-Qaeda, different groups from Northern Africa or Middle East congratulated Taliban because of their victory in Afghanistan. And we see that there is not kind of threat from Taliban, the direct threat for Central Asia or South Asian countries, but we see that the idea when the radical terrorist group can find the power after 25 years of the war can strengthen the position of radical movements and radical ideology around the world. And that's why, from my point of view, it's a very dangerous situation, not only for the region, but around the world. At the same time, we should understand that the Taliban movement is the reality of modern Afghanistan, and we have to take this into account. From my point of view, Russia, like many other responsible and respected regional and world powers, is negotiating with the new authority in Afghanistan, trying to protect itself and normalize the situation, trying to make some kind of normalization process in the region. From my point of view, and from the point of view of the structural theory of neorealism in international relations, this is reasonable and rational movements. For example, we see that such movements is going on from the government of Uzbekistan, from Indian government, from government of Iran, Islamic Republic of Iran. We see some contacts from European countries. We see some contacts from the United States of America. Of course, I think all the governments and all the countries understand what Taliban is. It is a terrorist and radical movement. But from the other side, I think great powers and regional powers understand that there is a reality, and it's better to deal with them, trying to modernize them, than have the most radical sides of this movement to win the reality in Afghanistan. And I would like to also talk about the situation within Afghanistan and within Taliban. From my point of view, there is a fight for the power within Taliban. We have different clans and different groups within Taliban. I call them. I see two groups within Taliban. One group we can call Eastern Taliban, and other group we can call Southern Taliban. Southern Taliban mostly coming from Durrani Confederation of Tribes, Pashtun tribes. They are coming from Greater Kandahar provinces, Kandahar, Helmand, and other provinces. That group also can call the Doha group. Mullah Baradar and other senior Taliban leaders who are doing some different kind of diplomatic activity, talking with different countries. That group are probably the most modern within Taliban. From other side, we have Eastern group, Gilja group from Gilja Confederation of Tribes. It is groups coming from Big Paktia. It is the provinces with the border from Pakistan, and they are in alliance with the Haqqani network, which are probably the most radical group within Taliban, with a very close connection to Pakistan military. And this is the most toughest and most radical subgroup within Taliban. And from my point of view, there is some kind of competition between these groups to win the Taliban and win the power in Afghanistan. And of course, I can give some examples of that competition between these groups. Of course, we see that new government and new Taliban government divided between these two groups. We see that the so-called military departments within this government are occupied by radical groups within Taliban, Haqqani network and Eastern Taliban groups, the most radical groups. And we see that the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Ministry of Culture, and other departments within the new government are occupied by the modern ones, modern Taliban wing, if we can so call. And for example, I can remember one very interesting accident within Taliban and within the last 4 months for Afghanistan, which shows us that there is a competition between two groups. If you remember, after the win of Taliban and after they entered to Kabul, Mullah Baradar met with the UN Special Envoy, a very high official from a UN Undersecretary for Humanitarian Affairs, Mr. Martin Griffiths. And his meeting was Mullah Baradar used the tricolor flag of Afghanistan. That's mean, and not only this, but that all general situation means that modern wing of Taliban agree to have some kind of modern activities and modern process from which won during the last 25 years from Afghanistan history. And after that, Haqqani forces gathered tricolor flags from all over Kabul, beat up those who held that flag on Afghanistan Independence Day. And given Mullah Baradar's position, it would not be fair from true to say that it insists on preserving or changing some Afghanistan past achievements. And from the point of view radical wing, we see that they don't agree with that. They established the ideology framework from the 1990s, and they don't agree with that achievements. They don't want to hold that achievements which had during the 25 years from Afghanistan. And also, we see the geographical division between Taliban. Of course, in addition to the ethnic competition, geography is one of the foundation of competition in Afghanistan. There is also geographical competition between different groups, not only between Tajiks and Pashtuns, but also inside Pashtun society. And we see that that competition has very strong influence on the situation in Afghanistan. Of course, we see that the governor of Kabul, which were changed from the win of Taliban 3 times, we see that all these groups fighting for that position, they want to establish their people to run Kabul. Mullah Baradar want his men to run Kabul, and Haqqani network want to put their people to run Kabul and areas of Kabul. And of course, this is a dangerous situation, not only for Afghanistan, but for South Asia in general.
Thank you, Dr.
Now
George.
I want to, what?
Dr. Georgi,
Sorry.
We have limited time for Q&A, then if you can sort of wind up.
Yes, of course, I will finish you just two sentences, no more. Very important for this time, I think, to cooperation between regional and great powers. And of course, I think the United Nations role would also stabilize the situation in Afghanistan. And for this, I will finish. Thank you very much.
Thank you. May I request the last of the speakers, Dr. Amruddin Shirpov, to give his introductory remarks. I don't know if we left the time for Q&A. Maybe we can continue. The ambassador has appointments. Please.
Thank you. Good morning, dear ladies and gentlemen. I am glad to be present at such a high meeting of scientists. Let me thank the organizers of this good, wonderful conference. First of all, the Professor Dheeraj Sharma, and through him, the entire staff of the Institute and the Indian people for their special hospitality. Let me to share with you some remarks about the topic, the situation of radicalization in Central Asia, and some factors that can assist them to grow this negative phenomena. Central Asia is a very multifaceted, multi-ethnic, multi-confessional region. There are many countries, national traditions, and ways intersect, united by a common factors, a religious one. In Central Asia, religious issues have played a significant role throughout history, even during the 70 years period of Soviet rule with its officially proclaimed atheism. In the 1990s, early 2000s, the probability of an exacerbation of radical sentiments in the region was extremely high. This was due to both the collapse of the Soviet Union and the outbreak of armed inter-ethnic interfights and inter-clan clashes into the newly independent republics. Nevertheless, Central Asia didn't drown in the uncontrolled and total revelry of radicalism. One of the main manifestations of radicalism in the region is associated with political Islam. Political Islam is a movement that has political goals, which can be both state and non-state. This movement is based on an ideology based on religious and socio-political contexts. At the same time, political Islam can be both radical and non-radical. Extremism does not tolerate other different points of view and goes beyond the worldview of traditional Islamic society. Terrorism, in turn, is an instrument of Islamic radicalism and is extremely violent. In Uzbekistan and Tajikistan, with the collapse of the Soviet Union, there was a significant potential for conflict in connection with the conflict in the Fergana Valley and the civil war in Tajikistan. In addition, close proximity to Afghanistan provides religious fanatics and terrorists with a new opportunity, in particular opportunities for integration. Today, the situation with religious extremism and terrorism in Central Asia is ambiguous. On the one hand, now the likelihood of radicalization and its active spread is reduced to a minimum compared to the beginning of the century. And on the other hand, the Jamaati Tabligh is openly operating in Kyrgyzstan, and the influence of the new Afghanistan after the Taliban and non-regional countries. There is a risk of the spread of radical Islamic currents and as a consequence, the expansion of the terrorist network. The question is to what extent this will develop, what specific steps will be taken by the leadership of the Central Asian republics, and what goals the leadership will pursue. The prospect of radicalization and violent extremism is considered one of the main security threats to Central Asian countries. Many analysts argue that strengthening of extremism in neighboring Afghanistan will lead to the Islamic movement of Uzbekistan and Jamaat Ansarullah, with the support of Afghan Islamists, starting a fight against the existing regimes in the countries of Central Asia and destabilizing the situation in the region. It should be noted that socio-economic and political factors contribute to an increase in radicalization. One of the socio-economic reasons is considered to be unemployment, which encourages the population of the countries of the region to migrate. It's assumed that migrants who have lost their jobs and haven't found sources of income at home will be especially susceptible to radical ideas. Labor migrants in the process of adaptation and integration abandon local forms of Islam and become adepts of global Islam. Young people who are often pursued as carriers of revolutionary ideas also cause concern and challenge a threat to social stability. COVID-19 has exacerbated these negative phenomena. In Afghanistan, the bulk of the population grows opium poppy as an agricultural crop to find a decent income. The relatively high income from the cultivation of drugs prevents peasants from cultivating other crops. Another reason for the emergence of radicalization lies in the lack of access to education. The reason is especially noticeable in Afghanistan, which after the collapse of the state and the problems that have arisen, people cannot provide quality education to all citizens. Unemployment along with illiteracy pushes the population towards a violent solution to existing problems. In Central Asia, residents of border regions who suffer the most from the division of the region into nation states and unresolved border disputes may adopt radical sentiments. They are members of the irresident residents of enclaves and divided transitional economic region. The most striking example is the Fergana Valley. As for the social demographic characteristic of the radicals, among the radicals, most of all are people aged 30-35 with an average above average income. In the countries of Central Asia, the same radical international organizations operate, but the degree of influence of each of them differs from country to country. The most dangerous are Salafis, Takfiris. They are influential in Tajikistan and Kazakhstan. In Kyrgyzstan and Uzbekistan, the position of Hizb ut-Tahrir is much stronger. In Kyrgyzstan, also Jamaat Tabligh. The channels of interaction between the Islamists of these countries and Afghanistan work on the basis of the first contacts with international networks and with the support of the foreign countries, and second, drug business and trade. Despite the fact that Afghan factor, especially after the Taliban came to power, can intensify radicalization, it shouldn't be too demonized. On the one hand, the Taliban are too archaic for the inhabitants of the Central Asian countries. So it's difficult to imagine that massive acceptance of their ideology and way of life. They also don't personify true Islam by their behavior, doing cruel things and promoting the medieval way of life. On the other hand, the strength, resilience, and asceticism of the Taliban, who fought against the foreign presence for 20 years, can serve as an inspiring example for some citizens of countries of Central Asia. Also, the bulk of the Taliban are not identified with the true religious leaders. Ignorance of the basic foundation of Islam, the principles of tribalism don't allow them to unite the people of Afghanistan around religious and national ideas. In addition, the Taliban, seeing women as slaves and the low class, contradicts the canons of Islam, one of the role of women, and deprive themselves of the support of the population. Therefore, preventive measures should be aimed at eliminating fertile soil for radicalization rather than erecting barriers between Afghanistan and Central Asia. The main reasons for radicalization should be recognized as the search for justice in conditions of growing inequality, blocking of social lifts, pressure on the state, and especially unsuccessful and short-sighted repressive state religious policy. According to these parameters, all Central Asian countries are in a more or less satisfactory position, but there is a noticeable increase in discontent associated with the deterioration of the socio-economic situation in the countries of the region, the negative impact of COVID, the rise in food and fuel prices, accordingly, the increase in social tensions. Therefore, the main factors preventing radicalization are the position of society that is inclined towards peaceful ways of expressing position, government measures towards social justice, and reducing inequality, a liberal and understanding state religious policy, together with a strong youth policy. Muslim intellectuals and theologians who are able to resist radical and extremist acts must be supported. Finally, I can say that Tajikistan, and to make every effort to establish peace of Afghan soil, to form the foundation of sustainable development in this country. It's for these purposes that Tajikistan insists on a broad representation of the Taliban government. It should be emphasized that India can help solve this problem. Given its geopolitical weight and economic potential, this country can and should invest in small and medium-sized businesses to eliminate the socio-economic problems of the emergence of radicalization. In addition, the consolidation of the position of states to put pressure on the Taliban in order to create an inclusive government, respect the fundamental rights and freedoms of national minorities will be an effective step in achieving stability in this country. Since a peaceful Afghanistan with sustainable development and stability will be a kind of transit bridge between Central and South Asia. Thank you for your attention.
With a long list of speakers, and I'm sorry I didn't do a good job as a moderator. I allowed the first few speakers to just exceed the deadline. The first few ones, I'm sorry. And given the time constraint, I'll just take a few questions which have come to me from the participants. So the first question is, is there a possibility of restoring the status of women and girls in Afghanistan under the current system? Is it possible, and what could be some of the ways for the ambassador?
Thank you, Professor Sharma. This is an important question, and I think the speakers who spoke in great detail on the challenges that we face, I acknowledge most of them, but just few quick clarities on one or two issues, and then I come back to the status of women. First, the Taliban is not a phenomena of Afghanistan. This is not an indigenous home production. This has been produced outside Afghanistan. The initiative taken by Prime Minister Bhutto in the 70s, and then led by the military intelligence of Pakistan until this day. So there are verified accounts, facts of where Taliban have come from, how they survived. Afghanistan is a traditional conservative and tribal society rather than a religious fundamental country. Secondly, the resistance to Taliban and to their way of doing things and business doesn't come only from one part of the country or one particular group of people. The entire country opposes many of their initiatives, many of their plans and ideologies. In terms of the woman's status, we have seen great growth in the past 20 years in the democratization of our country. We had around 28% female women representation in our parliament. For the first time in history, we had a woman as our ambassador in New York, in Washington, D.C., and many other important capitals. So as a Muslim country, we had an ambassador to the largest Muslim country, Indonesia, for several years, just trying to signify the role of female that a female ambassador could be represented in the largest Muslim country. So how much Islam do we need, or how further should we become more religious centric than what we are today? The past 4 months, we have been experiencing a free fall of our country, a free fall of democratic values, a free fall of economy, a free fall of social fabric of our country, and several of the speakers rightly pointed out to the possibility of more chaos. So the status of women in the past 4 months and their future rightful position have been challenged, have been undermined by Taliban. 10 days back, when the EU diplomats and the US diplomats met Taliban leaders in Doha, on the second day, Taliban supreme leader issued a decree allowing women more rights. So there was a very positive development. We are seeing that the pressure from the international community is working. We haven't yet seen full-fledged rights given to women, but like the Honorable Speaker said, we require consistent support from our international partners, regional countries, powerful regional countries, from whom a number of speakers spoke, Russia in particular, China, India. These three countries, primarily in the region, can help us put an end to the misery of our problems. This region belongs to us. We live in this region. We have a future and stake in this region. And the problem, history has shown that the problem of Afghanistan doesn't remain inside Afghanistan. The entire region have suffered from it. And we need honest, sincere approach and efforts from our partners to come and help us. The United States and Europeans have left the country. It's time to help Afghans. We have been in conflict for 43 years. It's difficult for us to overcome our challenges alone or among ourselves. So we require some fair moderators, some fair negotiator to help us with our problems. Thank you.
There was a question, there was a comment made by someone that there are close to 200,000 ISIS forces, or if I may call it ISIS people, in the bordering district between Afghanistan and Pakistan. I think somebody made that comment. So I don't know who to take this question to, but I think how do you, I mean, what is the interplay now? So if one has to have some sort of an engagement, how do you segregate this particular group? And there are multiple groups which have been mentioned. This one was a very large number. I think it came from one of the online speakers, probably from Weinbaum. But so how do you, may I request Ambassador Abdul Salat to comment on this? How does, what happens with this situation?
I think situation depends on all of us, because without our common efforts, it's impossible to resolve this issue. In any case, I agree with those speakers who suggested that regional and the leading countries should be united. First of all, they should have one vision, what is happening in Afghanistan, first of all. Secondly, of course, the assistance of the United Nations also is required, because unfortunately, for many years, the UN was following only the Western line, unfortunately. And unfortunately, for many years, the traditions of Afghan society have been ignored. But now situation, I think, totally new in Afghanistan, and it is new vision, new approaches, and many things depend on our common coordinated efforts. Without coordination of our efforts, of course, it will be difficult to achieve our goals in Afghanistan. Thank you.
Honorable Member of Parliament from Bangladesh had made a comment. He said that LET, Jaish-e-Mohammed, ISIS, all use the territory, specific territory, to launch attacks on and create terrorism. And he used a term called MMS. He says Mullah Military State of Pakistan. So I was just wanting him to elaborate as to if this is going to result in a counterproductive exercise. How does one engage when one string is pulling in one direction and the other one is pulling in the other direction?
Thank you very much. Well, I just stated a fact of political history. Back in 1971, when we fought the Liberation War, then first time the Pakistani military government directly collaborated with the mullahs. Before that, they were patronizing mullahs, but a direct nexus, collaboration happened in 1971. And as I remember, as a freedom fighter, at that time, the Pakistani military mullah nexus trained the Jamaat-e-Islami cadres who killed and committed war crimes within Bangladesh. So alongside the Pakistani army, the mullahs were also fighting as a militia and a special force because of this Pakistani military mullah state. So then, under General Ziaul Haq, another military dictator, he came up openly and developed a mullah military nexus. From then on, as such today, whatever is the change in the political level in Pakistan, but if you look at the security architecture the apparatus of Pakistan, you will see that for the last few years, constantly they are harboring terrorism, training, and even exporting. So my position is, in the South Asia, when we are combating terrorism or militants or Islamists, it will be very difficult unless we have a presence of MMS factor in the region. So Afghanistan is beyond that. So from Afghanistan, the present Taliban networks do have a previous connections with all the Islamists within India and Bangladesh. And we have experienced a serious attack on the state apparatus in the 90s and from 2001 till 2010, 18. So the persons who are attacking the state machinery with bombs and explosives, many of them are directly trained under Bin Laden through ISI, MMS factor, and these persons are constantly, but many of them are now tried and hanged, and many of them are in the jail. I said we have neutralized to larger extent, but still the organizations are operating. So there is a possibility of renewal of a linkage between the present Taliban network with the existing operating Islamist group in India and Pakistan. In between, if the MMS factor works, then it is lethal. That is why I've said.
Thank you. Thank you. Dr. Georgi, you're still there. I imagine you too made a very important statement. You said that the Russians coming into Afghanistan was a very important and was a mistake, and that probably started or influenced the radicalization process. But then you said the bigger mistake was pushing the Russians out of Afghanistan. Can you please elaborate on sort of the influence of this entire affair on the radicalization and the current state of that country?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Once again, I can say thank you for this event. First of all, I agree with Ambassador Mamzai and Dr. Haidarov about their statements on the current situation in Afghanistan. And what about radicalization? I said that the plan to support anti-government elements in the 1970s and 1980s was the first period of radicalization. I mean, the situation when the United States, Pakistan, the European countries, and a lot of different countries supported anti-government elements in 1970s and 1980s. It was good or it was bad, I don't know. I don't say that. It was the first period of radicalization. The creation of that Mujahideen movements and 80 parties which fought against the government of Afghanistan and the Soviet Union forces. It was the creation of the atmosphere of radicalization, and as well as the intervention by forces into Afghanistan in the 1970s also was a mistake. And what about women's role? Well, we have some kind of documentations and statements from Taliban leadership, and we have some kind of plan of new constitution for Taliban government, and we see in that documents that there is no big role for women in the Afghan government and the Afghan society, unfortunately. And we see very strong radical elements in that constitution. Of course, it's not established, it is just a plan for constitution. But unfortunately, the atmosphere and architecture of new political system for new Afghanistan is very, very much radical and has strong connection to the period of 1990s when Taliban was in power. But from other side of that situation, we see some kind of try of some small group of Taliban leadership close to Mullah Baradar and other officials to establish more understandable and more modern Afghanistan government. And we see a very deep gap between the statements, even the statements of different Taliban leaders. For example, a few days ago, some Taliban leader from the modern side, from the modern clan, as I call them, said that we are ready to work on the inclusive government. At the same time, the other side of Taliban leadership, which are radicals, for a very close connection to Haqqani networks, said there is no way to create some kind of inclusive government. It's already inclusive. And there would not be any kind of talks or process to create that inclusive government. And that means that is probably not very strong and not very deep fight within Taliban, but there is big misunderstanding and two groups trying to win their position.
Dr. Georgie, the question was, were they better off before or after? I mean, were they better off in 60s or were they better off in 70s?
Sorry?
So you said the question was, the first was a mistake, second was a bigger mistake. So, which means they were better off in the 80s, then they were better off in the 70s. So is it an improvement? And are they better off today? So if we were to draw a progression, I mean, that was the question. But anyhow, thank you. Thank you for the answer. I have another question, which is interesting. Mr. Gora, the question is, what are the changes or reforms in the Muslim world or in the Islamic theology? I don't know if you have answers to these questions, which could probably result in some sort of, I would say, reduction or some sort of a control or some sort of I would say neutralization of this radical element. Do you think you have some suggestions on this?
Professor Dheeraj, actually there is a dire need of reforms in Muslim world. Some even say there's a dire need of reforms in Islam. Once I was asked in a conference in the United States that in Quran there are verses that talk about killing non-Muslims. So I responded that in many religious scripts, there are such verses, and we should consider those verses in context of those times. And we need to evolve. Therefore, even in Islam, there is a possibility, what we call ijtihad, means a critical rethinking of Islam. So, I mean, we can see very clearly through Bible and other religious scripts. Now, the communities have evolved with the time. So I responded to those people in Washington conference, and I said that those verses, what you suggest we should take out of the Quran, I would not say that. I would say that those verses are not implementable anymore. Muslims have to say clearly that we need to evolve. The important issue, what I find in Islamic societies across the globe, that Muslim scholars as well as their political leadership should emphasize that we live in 21st century, and without changing anything in Quran or anything, we should say those are the part of history, but those are not implementable. The issue with ISIS, groups such as ISIS, Al-Qaeda, they say, no, those are implementable. So that's the sort of a conflict in Islamic world. So if the political leadership and religious leadership work on the clarity of those ideas, then that reforms are possible. Otherwise, we'll be alienated from the rest of the world.
Right. Wonderful. Thank you. Just last two questions. We'll close in another few minutes. A question for Ambassador Khedrov. The question is, what do you think, because there's a comment made by you two and comment made by few, that India can help solve the problem. How do you think India can help solve the problem?
I think India for many years was one of the biggest investors to Afghanistan, first of all. Many Afghans have been educated in India. So it's soft power of India, by the way. History hasn't been ended, by the way. History just began again. We are opening a new page of modern Afghanistan. And moreover, I think that India is a leading country in this region, in South Asia. And without India, of course, the problems of Afghanistan cannot be resolved. And by the way, just a few days ago, during the visit of Russian President Putin, the Russian side, especially Lavrov, was mentioning that India should be included into this big three or big four. It means that India should join this forum in order, first of all, to discuss and to find proper ways how to solve Afghan problem. It means Russia, China, US, Pakistan, and India. So India is one of our biggest countries of the world, in the world. India has, I think, great potential, and India's participation in this format will be accepted positively by regional states, by the way. And I think those humanitarian assistance you provided in the past, of course, it was a great contribution to stabilize the country. I think India must be in this forum and must be one of the major stakeholders of this issue.
Thank you. Last question from the ambassador. Two parts. One, somebody wrote this question. It says 300,000 equipped soldiers and their equipment. I hope it is in safe hands, and at least part of it is in safe hands. And number two, India has strong cultural ties with Afghanistan. Same question. I mean, do you think there can be more active role for India going forward?
Well, the first question is a very difficult one to answer. As soon as Kabul fell to Taliban, the chief of ISI flew into Kabul, General Faiz, and he helped form a cabinet that excluded partners of any other regional country, in particular Iran and Russia. So people who had ties or contacts with Iran and Russia among Taliban, they were very smartly excluded from government. And all sensitive portfolios, including our intelligence services, including defense ministry, including interior, were handed over to people who have billions of rupees of investment in Pakistan and whose families still live there. I would not go to specific details, but open source searches would tell you who run our security apparatus, who are the 3 to 5 people in charge of those portfolios, and where are their families, and how long have been they associated with Islamabad. As soon as the government was formed, we saw hundreds of military vehicles, Humvees, light arm weapons in large quantities were transported into several tribal agencies, including Bajawal, Momand, Orakzai, Khyber, and eventually what we hear from unconfirmed sources that they were taken to Sialkot. In other places in Punjab province, where Pakistan manufacture their own military hardwares. $88 billion worth of assets were left behind by the US. They fell into the hands of Taliban. And now, as historically in the case of Stinger missile or Blue 5 of the United Kingdom, which were recollected by the Pakistani security agencies, it appears to be that it's the same is happening with the current amount or the current existing weapons and ammunition left behind by the US. Secondly, I don't see a lot of worry and concern from the weapons left behind by the US, because they're not as sophisticated or as heavy in nature to inflict large harms. We were provided with tactical and counterterrorism level weapons. Our army and police forces were not ready for conventional wars. They were more of a counterterrorism force, a CT force. The ammunition and the weapons, I think, is something that we need to look at in Rawalpindi and find out what is happening with it. Secondly, the issue of India, I think I agree with the ambassador on the role of India. India can help us in three ways. One, internationally. India is currently a member of the UN Security Council. And the three sanction committee that the United Security Council look at, Taliban sanction committee is looked after by India. There are currently 51 Taliban leaders. That pressure is working. Listing and delisting is important. If you look at 17 members of Taliban, 33-member cabinet, more than 50% of them are in that designated terrorist group. Our interior minister is one of the most wanted men, with $5 or $10 million on his head. There is no live coverage. There is no live photo, nothing that takes place. Every cabinet meeting is posted 2 days later, on the fear that the US might strike. So if you have a government who can't protect themselves, how do you expect that government to protect their people? Second, who gave you that authority? Is gun the only authority giving element to that government, or legitimacy giving by gun or by force? So India can help us in three ways. First, with UN and other international forums, through its influence in the US, in Europe, the convening power that India has globally. Second, with regional partners, particularly Iran and Russia, where there is a lot of convergence of interest. With India, Iran, and Russia has similar security concerns from Afghanistan. And the recent statements by Foreign Minister Lavrov to include India in the extended troika is something that we have been looking for. And third, bilaterally engaging with Afghan leaders, including Taliban. Now, those Taliban who are nationalist Taliban who believe in Afghanistan, are people with whom we would be living with. They are reconcilable. They can live. We would have to find a way and live together. But there are Taliban who are irreconcilable, who are not Afghans. What do we do with them? We have Mujahideen from Egypt, from Yemen, who have been living in Afghanistan for the past 30 years. They are not our citizens. What do we do with them? We would have to find a way. Or there are foreign fighters from the rest of the Muslim world. They are not our citizens, so the world need to take greater responsibility for that. Now, bilaterally engaging our leaders, also the Taliban, through the soft power that the ambassador has mentioned, we had more than 60,000 graduates from Indian universities. We currently have around 15,000 Afghan students in Indian universities. So India has the largest influence that any country has in the region. So India has been our strategic and historic partner. We have ties that is unbreakable, and we look upon Delhi to extend that helping hand at this critical time. Apology for giving you a rather long answer.
Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, panel, for the insightful discussion. I now request Professor Sharma to give away the token of appreciation to our guests. I request all dignitaries to come forward for a group photograph, please. Everybody present in the hall, please come forward.
Sorry, I think we'd get the woman in the center. Yes.
was very well said. Thank you so much. Thank you, sir.
No lunch? No. A cup of tea? No.
Students are expected to remain seated, please.
because he joined us yesterday as well. He's online. If he can give his introductory remarks, and I'll repeat the introductory remarks, please keep it at around 12 minutes. Then we'll have a question answer in the end so that we can devote more time to Q&A. Just about 12 minutes, Professor Yari, over to you.
Yes, sir, I'm fine. Thank you very much. I'm sorry for being a bit late. I couldn't attend yesterday. I didn't, my voice was hoarse and continues to be a bit problem. Should I start? Or
please,
somebody
please,
else is start?
please.
Oh, thank you. I thought we go by the order.
Sure. No, we're going with you first.
Thank you very much. Yes, I just opened. Yeah, if you give me the permission to share the screen, please.
Please go ahead. We can see, please.
So can I present my PowerPoint, or there is no need for PowerPoint?
There is really no need, but you can go ahead, please. These are introductory remarks, just about 12 minutes. So yeah.
Okay. So what I'm going to talk about in the next few minutes is going to be about the question how to address the radicalization, terrorist activities, and so forth. So I will not go through the introduction to talk about terrorism itself, but just concentrate on the characteristics, common characteristics of terrorism, because they are going to help me to develop my points later on. The terrorism happens in many different contexts, obviously, and different forms. Not all terrorist activities are the same in different regions of the world. There are indigenous exogenous and reasons for those terrorist activities. The most important notion when we talk about terrorism is the question of fear, how to create fear in order to advance somebody's cause, the group's cause. And in terms of how to counter terrorism, I would say that a terrorist group is an organization, normally one step ahead of governments. For functioning, they need manpower, they need recruits, they need supporters, funds, weapons, communication equipment, and other logistics in order to do whatever they wanted to do. So an effective counterterrorism action requires a comprehensive and strategic approach, relying on a broad range of policies and measures. In this context, there is a need for a coherent policy versed in a comprehensive security policy and criminal code. So in other words, we need to address, in many cases, terrorist attack activity as a criminal act. In terms of the objectives of this kind of approach, we can talk about a number of issues. The first one is obviously to disrupt and prevent terrorist recruitment. The second point is to implement an inclusive policy by providing opportunities and support to vulnerable people with potential for exploitation. In other words, to disrupt that recruitment. The other point is to deny the terrorist activities and the suspects any kind of access to one's territory when possible. And here we need the collaboration of the neighboring countries. In this region and in some other regions, this question of collaboration between the states is very problematic and creates opportunity for the terrorist activities. In the process of combating terrorism, there is a need to avoid alienation of the minorities, communities in society from religion and their ethnic background. So in other words, if somebody from a given community commits an act of terror, we have to avoid punishing the entire community, because that's going to breed even more terrorism and acts of violence. There is a need to create and to maintain a high level of confidence in the population, in its relation with the states and its apparatus. So in other words, recognition of the legitimacy of the state by the people, and in that sense, collaboration is needed. Also need for internal and external intelligence services that reflect the diversity of society in terms of multiculturalism, multi-ethnic nations, if you are dealing with this kind of context. A clear division of areas of competencies and responsibilities. And the most important issue here is the accountability when we talk about interagency coordination and the collaboration of different intelligence branches of the government. In all this process, what is necessary to do is to avoid any hasty measures or half measures to implement in the hurry of the situation, the pressure of the aftermath of a terrorist attack. For the fight against terrorism to be effective and sustainable, it should be conducted at all times in accordance with the rule of law and international humanitarian and human rights standards. We should not sacrifice these supreme rights in the process of fighting terrorism. The preventive measures, various socio-economic, political, and other factors should be in place, apart repressive actions and law enforcement policies. So in other words, a comprehensive approach is necessary. Also, it's extremely important to make attention to community-based approaches to counter terrorism. The terrorists hide, support, and operate in society. So in order to remove this kind of accessibilities, we need to approach the community, work with the community leaders, ordinary people, and so forth, in order to make it much more difficult for the terrorist groups to implement in those communities. And the communities should feel that they are part of the process. So in that sense, respecting the rights of communities is extremely important, and facilitate the kind of collaboration that I'm talking about. Political socialization is another way to address radicalization. In that sense, as we know, the family is the first the starting point to learn about different issues, social, including the political issues. After family, school comes, and then the society, larger society. So in this process of socialization, there is a need to get or to provide the right information to the individuals in order to not to become vulnerable to any kind of propaganda by the terrorist groups. And that could, to a large extent, to create conscious citizens in societies. Also, there is a need for interstate cooperation bilaterally, multilaterally, and also under the auspices of international organizations, including the UN. And finally, a need to identify and internationally sanction states that harbor terrorists as a tool of pressure against their neighbors with whom they might have any kind of problems. I stop it here, but before finishing, I have to thank the Institute for the invitation. I lost the opportunity to be with you for family reasons, including sickness. So thank you very much, and I'm looking forward to continue this.
Thank you. Thank you. May I request Ambassador Vijaykanth Karna to kindly give his introductory remarks.
Thank you, Dr. Sharma. Thank you, Indian Institute of Management, Rohtak, and students and faculty, panelists, and ladies and gentlemen. Before I start, if I could have born in Denmark, I can say that I'm half Nepali and half Danish. So this country is my mother's home, my grandmother's home. Many of my sisters are here in Delhi as well as in other parts of India. So this is my home country. So I consider, I don't know why Asians do not call, but if you go to the other parts of the world, if the mother is another country, they say half Indian, half Danish, half Finnish, half Norwegian, they say call it. So I'm very happy to be here. It's my mother's home. Thank you for inviting me. This is the subject given to me, managing and curtailing radicalization. What strategy initiative can help the handle radicalization? Three answers of this question, only three: democracy, democracy, and democracy. That is the only way. Where equality of the human being, where all the people are treated by state and other agency equally, their ethnicity, language, color, culture, everything. So that is only possible in democratic society. Not in authoritarian, not in racist country, not in any of kind of authoritarian regime, whatever it is in the name of people or whatever that is. So managing radicalism is the only means to manage democracy and give the people a space, whoever and whatever it is. Don't try to impose anyone to your language, your culture. It's not a democracy. You say that you looks like a black. Yes, I am black. Fine. And what is that if you are white? It does not matter. You are a human being, I am also a human being. So this creates a century-old, and this is not radicalization is today thing. Gentleman was speaking yesterday and today the Afghani ambassador. I can see the pain in the eyes of the two gentlemen, and whenever I discussed it. So it is human being destroyed, not by Afghani, but by others. So those who involved destroying the people of Afghanistan, their state, their culture, their language, their everything. They should take responsibility and they should move out as soon as possible. Let the people, Afghani people, to decide. That will be the best answer of that thing. I'm coming from a country who has been a 10 years of conflict. So every day we say the Indian and Pakistani counted cricket wicket and we counted human beings, how many people killed today. So our main news, killed by army, killed by Maoist. From 96 to 2006, we have lost 17,000 Nepalese, whether it was security forces or the Maoists. They were all Nepalese. 200,000 people handicapped. Almost 1 million people became left the many places, and about 3 million to 4 million people left rural areas and became in a urban area. So a lot of pain I have seen. The younger people, if you go to your age of the people and ask about at that age of, I think they are all below 25. And so in our colleges, so people, if you remind them, they cry. So I'm coming from a country where what was the reason behind it? The reason was inequality, reason was poverty, reason was misgovernance. You cannot blame yourself. That's the point here. Everybody has to take the responsibility. So what was the reason in Nepal? It is because when actually the Maoists from 1996 to 2001, they couldn't get a space, a very limited space. But when they started to talk about ethnicity, language, inclusion, exclusion, when they started to talk about the women participation, when they started to talk about the people from marginalized community, they constituted 14 liberation movement organizations from different ethnic group. The same ethnic group who is in the Indian Army, in British Army, in our own army and other security forces. They fought each other. Just see, they fought each other's, the same people. So this is the reason of conflict, radicalization. So radicalization, when there is inequality, when there is exclusion, people feel it alienated, and then they started to think of, and then you get the support from outside, then you get missiles and Kalashnikov. Yeah, a lot of arms. And they are sailor. They are sailor. Those countries who said that, they are civil, they are democratic. So they are selling the arms. Arms, the bigger arms are not produced in the private sector. So they get the arms. So that is how the radicalism. In our country, we have a bigger pain at the moment. Still, we are yet not completed our peace process. So Maoists started. One thing very interesting. 3 Maoists became the Prime Minister of Nepal, but they didn't solve their own problem. They never thought of same thing, the issue and agenda, which they fought for 10 years. The reason for 17,000 people were killed. They became 3 times Prime Minister. They have beautiful building in Kathmandu. Their daughter and sons are in the States, in UK, in many other countries. But the common people, those who fought the army, they are in the same condition. So that is why inequality, I'm telling you that the inequality. And who control the things? The same ethnic group, the same caste group, the Brahmin and Kshatris, they control whole state system of Nepal. So I'm telling that these are the major reason for the conflict. Managing conflict, Dr. Sharma, it depends on the country to countries and their own issues. But in general, I can say some of the point. Those who are marginalized from centuries, everybody knows the Dalits from 500,000, they became marginalized. But when it comes to the Dalit case, It became very difficult for them to get the justice and other things. Same in my country, same in other countries also. So I think the secular and equal treatment of the all religious and minorities group and marginalized group, that's the, and equal access to resources of the state resources. You built a capital city, very beautiful, for elites, beautiful schools, colleges, universities, but where the tribals are living. And there is a radicalism. From there it comes. The people go with the ideas. Look, you are marginalized, you take up the arms, and then. So treatment is there. So such a university should be open in that part of the world so that the younger generation, almost all younger people, you will be surprised when the Maoist even investigated, the 4,200 were below 18 years. It means 10 years, 12 years, 13 years, girls and boys joined the war. And they are all lost. They cannot go to the school at the moment. You know, one thing very interestingly, just 1.5 years back, I was in central jail of Kathmandu. And when the jailer told me that 60% of the criminals in the jail are the ex-Maoist. So they became criminals once their militants group dismantled. So it needs a grass level work to promote democratic thinking, social change, mainstreaming of equity and equality, development of ideas that are society based, not can be imposed. I'm always not, democracy cannot be imposed. Sometimes I laugh when the Western country is trying to teach democracy and human rights to Afghani people. Their own model of democracy is already there. Their jirgas are there. 9,000 something jirgas are there. They have their own election system. So why you are imposing from outside? Why don't you build the same organization, capacitate them same organization? So that I mean that the grassroots level. Society based on human rights values, approach must be spread. Human rights, yesterday was the Human Rights Universal Day. The Danish ambassador said that being a human rights activist, sometimes I miss actually the moment. Actually, we have a big procession in Kathmandu on the Universal Day of Declaration of Human Rights. Empowering marginalized and minorities within the political spectrum, including parties and government, to prepare liberal leaders for the governance. The problem is that you can educate the people, but for political parties, the same family, same people are coming so that they rule over others. So it needs political parties to be inclusive. And inclusion is one of the best ideas for democracy, but equal. It does not mean that you give the Dalit reservation and you are throwing some bread to the dogs like that. Not it is. You have enjoyed more than 5,000 years of deer parks for your children, for your own benefit. That's why they have a right to get the things. The tribals, they protect the forest. I'm telling you one very good example. There is a kusunda in our country. There are only 300 to 500 kusundas. Some NGO brought them to Kathmandu. So Prime Minister and everybody was sitting there. The kusundas came in just without shoes. They have their own dress of the forest. They put their legs and so somebody said no. He said no, I'm fine. This is a very difficult place. He said that I'm feeling uncomfortable. Can I sit here? So you are trying to kusunda to teach this chair. They have their own lifestyle just to help them. And what he said, 3 things he said. The Prime Minister and many ministers were there. He said that, I'm telling you in English, you people come to jungle, destroying our home. So that is the climate change today. You are destroying their home. You are going to cut the forest and making your own home, destroying the others. the tribal people home. So one of the example is this one. Government to liberal leaders, liberal thinking, inclusive democracy. Inclusion leads to radicalization, promote inclusive society through education, media, and other means. Grassroots level conflict, mediation it needs because sometimes it became a bigger issue. Conflict based on religion, caste, ethnicity, inequality begins a small way and gain larger support from outside and inside. So my point here is that key very important issue that there are international forces who trying to destroy many countries. They have their other issue. Just giving you one example, we don't have terrorist organization in Nepal at the moment, but we had some terrorists from other countries come to the Nepal and come to India. Indian security establishment knows it very well. The LET, JM, ISI people, many of they were arrested in India, in Nepal, and handed over to Indian security system. But they come from Pakistan. And we have a system, we look like same people. I told this morning, one of that, if you are not, that you are a Canadian citizen, but if you go directly to the bus, to the Raxol, to Virganj and Nepal, nobody asks you that whether you are a Nepali or Indian or Canadian, because we don't have passport system. So they come and they created such organization. There are people who go to some Gulf countries, Arab countries, and come reading with the Islamic values. But I don't know what they read there, what they study there. When I read Islam, it's not promote terrorism. It's a peaceful religion. When I say that, but the people being used Islam for their own interest, to attract the common, marginalized, and poor people for their religious interest. So for me, this is my concept on managing. I'm coming to the Afghanistan. When I see the Afghanistan, Afghani people are very simple. I remember in long time back, in front of my house, there was a family who has a 6th daughter who was an older people. They were UNHCR asylum. So government of Nepal provided long time back. So we were not communicating the language, but later after 1.5 years, we speak to each other's language in Urdu and Hindi little bit. So I find the lady such a humble, and she always weep about her husband who was in Afghanistan, another family member. So I have seen the pain of the common Afghani people. We have some Afghani refugee at the moment in Kathmandu also. So it's the neighbors. The border is a difficult border. Sir, you cannot change your neighbor. This is not possible. If you are a single house, you can sold and buy another house, but you cannot change your neighbor. So it needs international community to tell the neighbors that stop meddling in the neighboring countries, providing arms, providing supports. Everybody knows it. Al-Qaeda chief was in Pakistan. Everybody knows it. It's the Americans, British, everybody knows it. They know it better than us, actually. They have a better system. So it's the gentleman yesterday said that we have Pakistani Talibani, Chinese Talibani, and other Talibani, Russian and others. But we have a few Afghani Talibani. So this is the question of that, the using ethnic relations of different ethnic group playing for more than 4 decades. Can you imagine that I'm telling you the story of 10 years, but they have the story of 4 decades, 30 years. So how can they survive? What is the life of the people? One of my daughter who studied in Copenhagen, there is a Afghani girl who studied with my daughter. So she always, after this Taliban took over, she always called in the night and they both weeping. So she's alone in Copenhagen. Her mother and father is in the Kabul. So that is how the people are, families are separated. So this is right time for international community to pressurize the neighbors and keep pressure on the United Nations system and other countries. Mr. Sharma, India has a greater role. India is one of the major infrastructure partners and cultural and many things has India. India as a country never promote terrorism. That is what I can say. It's a democratic values. So with your democratic values, you can have fight with them. You are fighting your own terrorists, not in your country, but the same thing happened this part of the world. Sometimes we also get. So creating Afghanistan, Kabul is geostrategic for the interest of the geostrategy. You can killing the human values, human system of a millions people and destroying the countries. So take responsibility and stop meddling. Let the Afghani people to decide the things and promote that they are hungry. They don't have medicine. We are talking about the second booster, many things, but many of Afghan they didn't get it. Can you imagine what the pathetic situation and who created it? You invested a huge amount of money, but invest in education. Education is one of the major institutions who can change the brain. So liberal education. Thank you. Thank you for.
Professor Vadim, if you can share your introductory remarks for about 12 minutes.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure for me to be here today, and I see plenty of young faces, and hopefully young people will be capable to better solve problems which were not solved by our predecessors and by us. Sorry. Oh, that's it. Yeah. Thank you. And also, I want to thank Indian Institute of Management for outstanding hospitality. Thank you so much, Mr. Sharma. I want to say that sometimes Lord makes jokes which look rather sad and not funny at all. For decades, me and my colleagues took part in numerous roundtables and conferences where we discussed how Afghani problems might be solved after the coalition forces withdrawal. And there were plenty of scenarios, good scenarios, bad scenarios, and something in between. And it all vanished. It all was set up to zero at the moment. But after the real withdrawal, there was another attempt, and there was a kind of romantic expectation that neighbor countries might unite their efforts. And there was a proposal, and there was a looked like fruitful discussion with the Taliban, with the new authorities in Kabul. And again, it also vanished. So nowadays we continue the same process, I hope with a much better result than we had before. When I think about the situation in Afghanistan, I might probably, my personal view, define a couple of events, a couple of movements, which will have, serious reflections and outcomes. The first, of course, is appearance of ISIS. That's what disturbs Russia most of all. The situation is not transparent, and we don't know how many are there on the border, but our security forces count thousands of foreigners, mainly foreign fighters, building up in front of Tajikistan. The second one is the National Resistance Front, which appeared in Panjshir. Nowadays, we don't know how strong it will be. Maybe not, but it reminds me historic event, the Northern Alliance, and one day I would not be surprised if it recovers again. And of course, Tehrik-i-Taliban Pakistan, it's another interesting event which is building, this movement is building up its presence in Afghanistan on the one hand, but as I know, they are planning to spread their influence much wider abroad and including Pakistan itself. So the conflict might get another international dimension. So the situation, apart from Taliban, of course, itself, it's no need to mention. The number of problems is huge, and it looks like it will be more. The country is going to hunger, to national disputes, to tribal disputes, and the country is full of weapons and full of people who know how to use them. Not to mention, by the way, 300,000 official army, national army members and police. We don't know what they are doing nowadays. But most probably they will join this or that movement, just not for ideological, but for most probably for economic reasons. They have to feed their children and they have to survive, just to be united with somebody who will preserve them, who will defend them. So plenty or huge ground for future conflicts. That's what's going on inside. And of course, it's a soil for radicalization. No much ideology. I always think that ideology is not number one reason for radicalization, just the economic reasons first, and the affiliation with a gang or a tribe or whatever. So we fight for our interests against others, and we change our flags as we want or as our neighbors prefer. But maybe we are united outside, around Afghanistan. Also looks like not that much, because right after the coalition forces withdrawal, some journalists started writing that, oh, probably China will benefit from that event. They will benefit in Afghanistan. Rather funny, but journalists were worrying about somebody benefiting in Afghanistan, which rather strange in this situation. United States decided to found a military base somewhere in the neighbor countries, and they applied to Central Asian republics. But for our Russian position, it's also a strange desire to come to the region, not with economic, financial, or humanitarian assistance, but with military might. Given that geopolitical rivalry is next to over the border, and not the only one. China, Russia, Iran, and two nuclear powers, India and Pakistan. That's important for geopolitical reasons. We all understand that, but it does not help to stabilization in Afghanistan. It will raise tension in the region. And of course, it all reminds us the big game. And that's a real threat at the moment for neighbor countries and for big powers not to concentrate their efforts together on Afghani problems, but to start this old, rather sad game for controlling the region and for dominating the globe. Russia is also interested to have its presence. I don't want to mention only the USA. So what can be done? What the international community can do to fight radicalization? Of course, we need to continue our pressure on the new authorities with a list of requests which is available, and I don't want to mention it again. Of course, information exchange, that's very important. I assume that it's going on, but it has to be improved, not only between, neighbor countries, but much wider, as far as plenty or all neighbor countries have their contacts in Afghanistan, good guys and bad guys, and this information shouldn't be kept secret. They have to exchange it just to help each other to solve the problem, because it's a problem not for Afghans, it's a problem for the globe. Of course, it's necessary to engage Pakistan. Same as other countries, Pakistan has its responsibilities, has its connections, and they have to contribute to common efforts. Probably it's important to raise awareness in the globe. When we look back into the developments in Iraq or in Libya, they disappeared from international media. Mainly people in the world, they forget where they are located. That's what might happen to Afghanistan as well, because it's a bothersome, difficult problem which nobody can solve for a long time. So media will forget it. Journalists are not, are rather few there, so we don't know the situation there. We are not interested, and it will be another big problem for Afghans. And of course, just to sum up for other speakers, there are different formats to discuss Afghani problems, like Troika, like 4+, and so on, UN forums and others. But to my mind, Shanghai Cooperation Organization unites all neighbor countries and big states who are interested to solve the problem. And that's, I guess, good format to sit around the table, to invite Taliban, and to show that countries are united, they have common position, they have common will, and hopefully some funds to solve those problems. I know that there are some economic projects being discussed in transportation field, in different infrastructure field. So there should be some incentives for Taliban to change, and some demands that they have to follow. So I conclude that Shanghai Cooperation Organization, to my mind, can be and should be a good place to discuss Afghani problems. And India is a part of it with all its efforts, and with a lot of attention which was given from Indian side to Afghanistan, a lot of investments, including, by the way, payment for Russian helicopters. Maybe it's not that much known that India paid Russia for helicopters, which Russia supplied to Afghanistan some years ago. Thank you for your attention, and all success in your education to students.
We have a speaker online. We'll request Dr. Arif to join from Pakistan. She wishes to speak. Dr. Arif, if you can make your remarks, over to you.
Thank you for inviting me over. Can you hear me, guys?
Yes, we can.
That's great. Thank you. So I'm sharing my presentation with you.
You can just speak. I think the screen sharing is not sort of.
Okay, it's not working?
Yeah, please speak.
Okay, right. That's great. So I'm talking on changing consumer behavior in view rising radicalism. And it's a qualitative study, it's the observation that we have been doing over the last few years. So how many of you think that radicalism has negative connotations? People have different viewpoint around it. But let me discuss radicalism as a definition. So radicalism is the belief that society needs to be changed and that these changes are only possible through political movements. In politics, it is referred as left-wing politics as well. An example of radical is the change that allowed women to vote. Interestingly, it seems a positive change as a result of radical movement. Now, the two questions that I have in my mind: does the radicalism bring change in clothing, which is self-identity in most of the cases? Does the radicalism bring change in brands, which is brand identity? Now, radicalism, I was looking at the three countries, Pakistan, India, and Turkey, because over the last few years, there is a change in political movements across three countries. And I'm showing some evidence to you, especially in Pakistan, with regard to Pakistan today. The first aspect is clothing, self-identity. Now, interestingly, when you look at the Pakistani landscape, you find both the trends prevailing, indigenous clothing and the Western clothing amongst young people especially. Look at this picture, if you can see this. It seems that there is a lot of radicalism, but in the negative connotation, where women are clad with black burqas or black abayas. But let me show you another picture, and I hope you can see this picture. Here, the university students are wearing Western clothes as well as Eastern couture, as well as wearing hijab, the scarves. There is another picture from Pakistani student landscape where you can find girls wearing Western as well as Eastern wear. Now, if radicalism has happened in Pakistan over the few years, which we believe there is a difference of opinion in left wing and the right wing, however, the young people are very comfortable with Western and Eastern couture. So their self-identity is telling us something else going on in the landscape. Here is a picture from the Indian youth landscape. And here you can also see that the young girls are wearing Western as well as the Eastern wear. This is the picture from Turkey, and you can see that young girls are wearing Western clothes as well as wearing hijab. So when I look at this picture, I now conclude that it seems that self-identity is not very much affected by radicalism. Rather, there is something else going on in the picture. What about brand identity? Now, when you look at the brands, the way they are modifying themselves across the globe, you find them adapting themselves with the changing environment. And a classic example is of Persil. Now here, the blue packaging is a typical packaging of Persil across the world. But when they launched their brand in Middle East, they changed even the brand name. They called it Persil Abaya Shampoo. And look at the packaging, they changed the packaging as well. Another very interesting example is Coca-Cola. When in 2011, Coca-Cola launched its Find Even More Names with Share a Coke campaign, they used names. But when they came to Pakistan, they changed their campaign altogether because of the names. Pakistani use religious names a lot. So they restricted themselves from using the names, rather they use relationships and friends.
Dr.
Mama,
Arif,
Papa,
with rising, with rising radicalization in the region, do you think there is also change in the consumption pattern of people buying more religious-oriented or religious-oriented food products, and also in terms of women using cosmetics and so on and so forth?
Well, I can talk with respect to Pakistan. I don't see a significant change over the years, not in Pakistan.
And do you think with the recent developments there, the Pakistani society would accept changes of this nature, or they would resist changes which are aggressive in nature?
So I've shown you the pictures. I hope audience has seen the pictures from the Pakistani student landscape. So when I talk to young people, or when we observe young people, they are happy to embrace the changes. I'm not saying that they don't want to, they are like offending religious people, or they don't want to follow the religion, whatever religion they are following. We have different sects here in Pakistan. So they are following religion, but as far as their consumption is concerned, it is still impacted by the brand's campaigns.
Changes in the neighborhood, I mean, is there a change in the consumption patterns given the
So
stability in
look
the
at, so I've, yes, we have also talked to people of Afghanistan, and I'm talking to the young people of Afghanistan. In our country, there is no change with the change in the neighborhood. And even in Afghanistan, young people are prone to consumption. So their religious consumption is there, but their consumption of products and brands is not affected.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you.
Thank you.
May I invite Mr. Nabi Yabukov, please, for his remarks.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, dear organizers, dear Professor Sharma. First of all, let me thank you for the opportunity to participate in such a high-level event. Note the warm hospitality and acquaintance with the worthy people, which I hope will grow into friendship. And using opportunity, let me tell you that I would like to note the high level of Tajik-Indian relations, the invaluable assistance of India to Tajikistan of hundreds of millions of dollars in a difficult period of the civil war when we lost 150,000 people. Now we have a very close cultural and humanitarian cooperation, different educational programs, and especially during the peak of the pandemic, India was the first who come to rescue by providing 400,000 doses of vaccine, which is in turn prevented the spread of the virus. Thank you. After the Taliban came to power, of course, the most difficult things will be for the states that border Afghanistan. But for the entire region, the situation is fraught with a complex of great challenges and problems. In connection with the new situation, the problems of refugees and militants from Central Asia are becoming acute. It is unclear that will happen to drug trafficking with a yearly budget with $2 billion for now, as well as to trade and infrastructure projects connecting Central Asia, Afghanistan, and South Asia. The geopolitical alignment is also changing significantly. The Americans are leaving Afghanistan, which will diminish the importance of our region on the US foreign policy agenda. We will feel this after the surge of interest that arose during Americans' withdrawal subsides. Russia has a new headache, but also an opportunity to exert more pressure on Central Asia's government. China's role is ensuring security in Central Asia will also increase. Pakistan moved politically through the Taliban. But there is no need to dramatize the influence and role of the Taliban on the process in Central Asia. Taliban are too archaic for the inhabitants of the Central Asian countries. So it's difficult to imagine the massive acceptance of their ideology and the way of life. In the region and in Afghanistan, the factor of regional and superpowers should also be taken into account. The common interests of Russia and China in Afghanistan and neighboring countries of Central and South Asia are the follows. First, The neutrality of Afghanistan at the absence of the foreign troops on its territory. At the beginning of the 21st century, Russia and China hoped that the presence of US and NATO troops would help stabilize the situation in Afghanistan and Central Asia, as well as help get rid of the terrorist threat in the North Caucasus, Xinjiang, as well the fight against international terrorism in general. Today, Russia and China are interested in maintaining security in the region on their own and with the involvement of regional powers. The withdrawal of American troops from Afghanistan creates a favorable external situation for this, although it creates certain risks. Second, security of Central Asia. Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, and Tajikistan are members of the CSTO. Russia guarantees their safety and also has military bases on their territory. The Russian military base located in Tajikistan is the biggest outside Russia. And also the Kant air base in Kyrgyzstan and various military facilities. The China shares this interest in many respects. Beijing is not formally bound by obligations to ensure the security of the Central Asian countries. Also, the forms of military cooperation along the line of China, Pakistan, Tajikistan, Afghanistan is now developing. However, all Central Asia countries, except Turkmenistan, are members of the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, and we actively developing cooperation in the fight against terrorism, separatism, and religious extremism in this format. Third, combating terrorist threats of a cross-border nature. Russia is interested in combating possible terrorist threats of a transboundary nature, both along the Afghanistan, Central Asia, Russia axis, and along the Middle East, Afghanistan, Russia axis. There is a threat of the return of militants from the Middle East and Afghanistan through Central Asia to Russia. For the China, it's important for the militants to infiltrate into Xinjiang along the same potential corridors. Fourth, ensuring stable economic development in Central Asia to neutralize non-traditional security threats. China and Russia are interested in the stable development of the Central Asian countries, which are economically, culturally, and historically closely related to the Xinjiang Uyghur Autonomous Region. This is especially evident in the context of the implementation of the Belt the Road Initiative program for its integration with the European EAEU and National Development Program, for example, in Kazakhstan. In addition to Russia and China, other regional countries also interested in Afghanistan. Pakistan, which is home to the large Pashtun community, is historically associated with
Recording
Pashtun
in
political...
progress.
Excuse me? No. Okay. Yes, but Pakistan, which is home of the large Pashtun community, is historically associated with Pashtun political movements interested in suppressing the political activity of ethnic minorities in northern Afghanistan. At the moment, forecasting the development of the situation in Afghanistan is difficult due to multiplicity of factors influencing it. As for the internal political situation, there are two highly probable scenarios which can be conditionally called strong Taliban and weak Taliban. Scenario first, strong Taliban. In accordance with the representatives of the Taliban movement, will create a relatively effective system of government, deal with the crisis in the country, maintain unity, and be able to suppress the opposition. Option A, good. The victory is won by the moderate wing of the Taliban, which respects the key agreements with external players. The creation of an inclusive government and exclusion of international terrorists from the country, the absence of aggressions towards neighbors, primarily the countries of Central Asia. Options B, bad. The radical wing of the Taliban is winning. External expansion begins primarily towards Central Asia. Religious extremists and terrorist groups around the world are actively supported. Scenario 2, weak Taliban. The Taliban will not be able to create an effective system of governance. They will not cope with the crisis in the country. An internal split will occur, and strong discontent will remain in the country in the face of the serious allegations of human rights violations. It can be substantially withdrawn, and the likelihood in a serious economic crisis in the country will increase. And with it is possibility of conflicts within the movement between more moderate and more radical groups. Resistance to Taliban among ethnic minorities is also growing. The main role in it played by the Panjshir Gorge, which there are two key representatives of Tajiks at the moment. Ahmad Massoud Jr., who inherited influence and authority in the gorge from his father, as well as a vice president. Absence of the outside president, Ashraf Ghani. Option A, good. There is no clash to external players in the country. That is, there is war of intra-Afghan forces without external support. The conflict is one of the extra-country nature without the involvement of regional and global forces. In this situation, it is easy to localize the challenges to border security. Although the situation in Afghanistan itself will be very bad. In this case, enclaves controlled by international terrorist structures may arise, but they can be balanced by enclaves controlled by forces more favorable for Russia and other regional players. This was the situation in the 90s. The rise of the Taliban terrorist movements to power in Afghanistan is causing concern in many Central Asian countries. Experts and officials of the states of the regions speaks more about this. At the moment, the only way out of this situation, the president of Tajikistan, His Excellency Emomali Rahmon, expressed it in the UN Assembly, the quote, "We are confident that in order to properly address the political and security issues of the neighboring country, it is necessary to form an inclusive government through elections and the will of the people of the country, with the participation of the political groups and national and ethnic minorities. In other words, we consider it necessary to determine the structure of power in the country through the referendum and taking into account the position of all citizens of the country, because the formation of any government without taking into account the interest of the entire people of Afghanistan can lead to disastrous consequences in this country." And the next, we have a common position with our Indian colleagues. The Taliban must fulfill the assurances given to ensure the inclusive ethnopolitical nature of the new power structure, human rights, to prevent the terrorists and drug threat from continuing on the territory of Afghanistan and the split over of instability. Neighboring states. This is a Russian Minister of Foreign Affairs, Sergei Lavrov, said on the press conference in the capital of India, commenting on the results of the meeting with his Indian counterpart, Subramanian Jaishankar. Just a minute. Yes. Yes, the crisis in Afghanistan creates new risks for the region, but on the whole, Central Asia has been living in chaos in the neighborhood for several years, and 25 years ago, it had already dealt with the Taliban. During this time, the states managed to get stronger, and now they are much better prepared for unforeseen turns. So the Afghan events are unlikely to plunge Central Asia into chaos. They will rather push the local regimes to strengthen control over society and Russia to increase its role in the regional security. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. May I request Mr. Nabi Yukov, sorry, thank you. May I request Mr. Kairat Betreyev to speak now, please?
Namaste. I would like to thank Professor for inviting me, the whole staff of the University Institute of Rohat. This is the first time I come to India, and it's like a dream come true. Such a rich India is one of the oldest civilizations in the world, and it's like, I don't know, I'm really happy to be here, but I was wondering, I was here for 3 days and still didn't sing and didn't dance, you know. Joking, okay. So during two days, we were talking about radicalization, reasons and preventive measures. A lot of speakers told about Afghanistan situation, and I don't think I can add more. So I would like to share experience of our country. We have a lot of similarities with Afghanistan. We also have more than 130 nationalities living in our country. You know, in Soviet period, when Stalin was ruling, a lot of representatives from different nations were forced to move to Kazakhstan. Germans, Koreans, Ukrainians, Belarusians, etc., etc. So when we acquired our independence in 1991, a lot of people started to come back to their homelands. So we faced the problem of ethnic radicalization. And to prevent that, in 1992, our president decided to create a special government structure, which was named Assembly of the Kazakhstan People. It's not just a structure, it has a constitutional form. The chairman of this structure is our president, and 9 representatives from this assembly are elected as deputies in parliament, so they can solve problems of any ethnical groups. As you know, Kazakh language is the state language, and Russian language is international.
Recording in progress.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. And Russian language is also widely spread. And we have 88 schools are teaching is conducted entirely in Uzbek, Tajik, Uyghur, and Ukrainian languages. In 108 schools, the languages of 22 ethnic groups of Kazakhstan are taught as a separate subject. In addition, there are 195 specialized linguistic centers where people can learn languages and culture of 30 ethnic groups. There are the houses of friendship are functioning in all regions, all governorates, and this led to people to co-survive, to have better living without any violence from each other. Besides Kazakh and Russian theaters, the country has 4 national theaters like Uzbek, Uyghur, Korean, and German. More than 35 ethnic newspapers and magazines are actively working in information field. The largest ethnic 6 national newspaper operate under government support. Newspapers and magazines are available on 11 different languages. They also have radios and so on. Now, if we talk about religious radicalization, we also, like the whole world after 9/11, everyone faced that problem, and the decision of our president was to minimize the effect of growing snowball of radical Islamism. It took all over the mass media, and he decided to gather all religious leaders in our country to establish a dialogue between them. So we, it was the Congress of Leaders of World and Traditional Religions that convened by the initiative of Nazarbayev in September 2003. Objectives of the Congress are to search the common human landmarks in world and traditional form of religions, functioning of a permanent international interfaith institution for the dialogue of religions and the adoption of agreed decision. There were 6 congresses that held in our capital. Next one, 7th should be held this year, but due to COVID-19, it moved to next year. So it is going to be in September 2022. Other experience of Kazakhstan to prevent radicalization is an example of Syria, where ISIS covered the whole country, and a lot of fighters, including Kazakhstanis, went there to fight. So in 2018, Kazakhstan approved the state program for countering religious extremism and terrorism. In the course of this program, country's special services carried out several special operations to return Kazakhstanis from Syria and Iraq, and that was called Jusan, which means warm wood in Kazakh language. In our culture, steppe wormwood is a symbol of motherland, memory, and time. Therefore, the operation to return to homeland was symbolically named that way. It started in June 2018, happened 7 times, and we returned about 640 people, including women, children. And there are some factors why people left. After they came back, there were surveys asking why they left, and they said that during 2013 and 15 period, mainly due to low religious literacy, unfavorable socioeconomic conditions, physiological factors, and down of religious worldview, unemployment, and so on. Now, after they came back, there were rehabilitation of evacuees. We have rehabilitation centers that help them to adapt in Kazakhstan. That centers employ Islamic theologicals, physiologists, sociologists, lawyers, doctors, and teachers. Returned people, including women and children, received their documents, and children are now studying in schools and kindergartens. Also, Kazakhstan has experience to to organize dialogue between two combating sides. For example, there is a Astana process on Syria issue, which is formed in 2017 to provide Astana platform for negotiations on the cessation of hostilities between the warring parties in Syria. Astana contribution to the settlement of the conflict through diplomatic dialogue has been recognized by the United Nations and numerous world leaders. The Astana process complements the Geneva process, and both are designed to ensure a peaceful and stable solution of Syria conflict. During this Astana process, three guarantee countries, Russia, Turkey, and Iran, made a great effort to solve the situation in Syria. And 17th international meeting on Syria in Astana format will be held in Nur-Sultan, upcoming dates in mid-December of this year. And I think we could use this kind of experience also in Afghanistan's case. And speaking about cooperation between Kazakhstan and Afghanistan, our diplomatic relations were established in 1992, next year after we acquired independence. Afghanistan embassy was opened in 1993 in Almaty and then moved to Astana in 2005. The Consulate General of Afghanistan also functions in Almaty, but our embassy was opened only in 2002, and then it was just a diplomatic mission. Next year, it recognized into embassy. According to last statistical information, trade turnover between Kazakhstan in 2016 amounted to about $500 million. An important role in the development of trade and economic relations is played by Kazakh-Afghan Intergovernmental Commission on Trade of Economic Cooperation. Since 2009, state educational program has been implemented to train more than 1,000 Afghan students in educational institutions in our country. More than 1,000 of Afghan civil servants, including doctors, police officers, and border guards, also have been trained in Kazakhstan.
Mr. Kairat,
yes.
Okay,
I'm finishing. The last thing I want to say is our official position of our country on Afghanistan issue was our president, Kassym-Jomart Tokayev, during his speech in United Nations on September 23rd, he said that the same issue that our colleagues said, it should be inclusive government in Afghanistan. All representatives from all nations, ethnicities should be present, and Afghanistan should not let terroristic groups to control the country. and not to let it spread outside.
Yes.
So that's the case. Thank you.
Thank you. I think Dr. Nuzhat is online. If you can please make her join. Dr. Nuzhat, over to you.
Greetings from Bangladesh. I'm Professor Nuzhat Chaudhry. I'm not an academician in radicalization or such thing, but radicalism has played a very tragic role in my life. I am the daughter of a martyr of 1971. My father was a doctor, eye specialist. He was killed by the Al-Badrs, the pro-Pakistani radical forces that killed many intellectuals during the end of our liberation war. So, as I sit here and listen to everybody talking about the Afghanistan problem, I cannot help but think that if 50 years ago, everybody paid attention to what Pakistani armed forces and the generals were doing in Bangladesh, the genocide that they caused, the rape, the mayhem, the victims that they left behind, the tragedy they caused in Bangladesh, this ISI and CIA axis. If there were punishment for these war criminals, if the world at large condemned it, if our genocide was not forgotten, it was recognized, maybe this axis would not have played such a devastating negative regional effect, such as in Afghanistan and now also in Balochistan. In Bangladesh, first and foremost, I want to highlight certain points where it was our liberation war. Bangabandhu Sheikh Mujibur Rahman won a democratic election, and he won not only in East Pakistan, but in totality, in whole of Pakistan, he was supposed to be the prime minister. We heard about how democracy should be honored. He was supposed to be the prime minister. So when he wasn't given that chance, Bengalis obviously protested. But there is a consistent effort on the part of Pakistan and their collaborators here to portray this war as a separatist movement, which it wasn't, because we were the legitimate government. And when Mujibnagar Sarkar was formed, then Pakistan became an occupying force. And in the 25th of March, they are the one who started the genocide. We only fought back for our survival. So, and there's also another narrative which tries to portray Bangladesh war as India-Pakistan war. It wasn't. It wasn't in Bangladesh. Mukti Bahinis were fighting, and we have seen Indian generals who were leading when there was a coalition. Then they came and they said that the Mukti Bahinis actually fought for 9 months. And of course, we salute those Indian martyrs who laid their life for our liberation war. But it wasn't a separatist war. We won a democratic election. So, after that war, Pakistan, what happened is that it was always, Bangladesh was always, Bengalis were very religious, but they were never, radical. We always believed in the Sufi kind of Islam, and we believed in secularism, democracy, socialism in economic affairs. That's written in our constitution, and that is what we fought for. And Bangladesh has always stood up for secularism, but because it was our Bangladesh wanted separation from so-called Islamic Pakistan, which I don't believe they are that Islamic Pakistan. But, even the religious Muslims were killed. So it wasn't a religious fight, but there's always a persistent effort to show that anybody who talks for the pro-independence section of Bangladesh is anti-religious. They are not. Rather, I believe that those who collaborated with Pakistan are still causing problem in Bangladesh. Even after 71 war, till today, in these 50 years, ISI has been interfering and supporting radicalism in Bangladesh. there is so many examples. I'll just give you some examples. No, I don't know how many countries had their staff expelled from another country because they were doing the anti-state radical religious activity. And that is 2 staff from Pakistan Army, Pakistan Embassy were expelled from Bangladesh for doing anti-Bangladesh activities. There is this Mufti Hannan who was caught while trying to, there was a plot to kill now Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina, Bangabandhu's daughter, who was the then leader of the opposition, and he was caught, this criminal was caught. He gave, his video is available everywhere. Our Shariat Kabir has done a video on him where he said that he was trained in Karachi Madrasa, he was trained in Quetta, he was radicalized there. Subsequently, he went to Afghanistan for the jihad, and 5,000 of them went there for the jihad in Afghanistan. Since then, they have spread to Chechnya, Kashmir, Central Asia, and a lot of them came back in Bangladesh. So, this is how the snowball effects happen. You see, one of our war criminals, Chaudhry Moinuddin, went to England. He became part of the East London Mosque, and the radicalization through that mosque has become rampant in London. It's not, you can always go there and see the situation there. So you see, what I'm trying to say is that when we are talking about radicalization in this region, I'm not expert in global radicalization. I can only talk about the situation in Bangladesh. It gives me tremendous pain and sadness to see that we have paid probably one of the biggest price and for secularism, for a democratic, free, progressive country. Even then, there is this regional interference, and there is this, because they try to show that the pro-Pakistani collaborators were pro-religious, they play the religion card. So they try to show that others are anti-religious, which is something that we need to break this discourse, this definition of what they are trying to, they try to make religious groups and the radicalists and the terrorists, they're all Islamic. This is not Islam. We are very religious in Bangladesh. We are 90% are Muslims, but we believe in a very progressive, tolerant Islam. We need to actually save Islam from these terrorists. They are giving Islam a bad name. I believe that the secular Muslims should unite and they should protest against anybody using our religion for political gain, for voting, for regional authority. We should stand up, the secular forces in all countries, particularly the tolerant brand of Islam and its followers should rise up against these terrorists who are a smaller section of society. But
thank you, Dr. Nuzhat. Dr. Nuzhat,
I'll just finish in 1 minute.
Finish in a minute, and then we'll take question answer. And I'd like to ask you a question on what you've said.
Yes, absolutely. What I'm trying to say is that regional countries should stop interfering in each other's affairs. They should let us find our own path, and religion has to be separated from Islamic terrorists. Islam is not Islamic terrorists, and we should own our religion and we should fight it in a very tolerant manner. Thank you.
Thank you. Actually, I'm gonna start with a question to you, Dr. Nuzhat. You mentioned something very important, and I think that was sort of the nature and scope of the conference. Is that the recent developments in Afghanistan sort of offer a challenge to the stability of the global architecture which had emerged after the Second World War, which is the concept of nation state, because many of these groups don't believe in the concept of nation and don't believe in the concept of boundaries which nations have. There is a concept of anywhere, any place, there is a distress on the Muslim community. There are no boundaries for it. So the nation state concept doesn't exist. So you mentioned something very important, and you said that the secular Muslims or secular Islam followers need to rise up. Can you please elaborate on that point? I think it's a very important point.
Obviously, say, for example, in UK, there is a big Muslim community, not only Muslim Bengali, Muslim Indian, or Muslim Pakistani. There are Muslims from different nationalities, ethnicities. But these Muslims, they are tolerant. They are very religious, but they follow the rules of the laws of the land. And we are asked in our religion to follow the laws of the land. So, you know, there are these terrorists, they take certain examples from the scripture and take it out of context and use it to their benefit. This is what I'm telling you. You know, we don't want a politicalized Islam. We just want the religion as a way of life, as a, you know, those of us who really really truly practice Islam for personal reasons, we are very saddened to see how Islam is being portrayed by these radical forces. It's not Islam. Islam, you know, talks about jihad inside you to purify yourself first. And, you know, but they will take the scripture out of context and use it to kill others. No religion asks anybody to kill others. There is obviously every religion would want people to think, you know, to come and accept their religion and be in it, be part of it. But that's called dawah. Dawah is not the ISIS. Dawah is not what they are called. Like the radicalism that ISI is doing in Bangladesh. They're funneling money. The Middle Eastern axis funneling money. This is not Islam. This is not Islam. And there's another thing.
No, I think you have digressed from the question. My question was very simple. If you can kindly, you know, try and elaborate. You've mentioned, you've given instances, but how is it that the secular people or people who believe in the concept of nation state, who believe in following the law of the land above and beyond, how can they rise up? I mean, how is it that
I think there needs to be more dialogue between them. I think you know, all nationalities, all nations, these people should come together. The platforms should be given to them to discuss how can we go forward. Because these people are not political people, but they need to be brought into, even religious scholars, Islamic religious scholars are there in our country globally who denounce terrorism. They should be brought into our discussion today.
Understood. You know what? There's a question that I'm just reading out this question. The rising, you know, do you think the rise of Pashtun nationalism, this is for Dr. Wadim, the rising Pashtun nationalism could be a counter to create a balance? You know, in most democratic societies, there is a ruling party, then there's an opposition. Do you think this could, then the opposition's role is always to keep the ruling party in check? And do you think the Pashtun nationalism could be a way of an opposition and trying to create a balance in Afghanistan?
Very interesting and unexpected question. Obviously, there is a need for opposition in any society. What form the opposition might take, it depends. And for Afghanistan, probably nationalism of Pashtun, it's possible option which might be accepted by the society. And as far as Pashtuns are supposed to be majority of the society, at least they think so. It might be not an opposition one day, it might be if they have a strong leader, a strong platform. Nationalism sometimes shapes new countries. We see that Afghanistan is a divided society, and there are some people who say that it might be divided even more by boundaries. there are some proposals which look rather attractive for some part of the population, just as a peaceful mean to stop conflicts. Let's divide before maybe we unite later, for example. So I didn't think about it, but at the first glimpse, it looks like a possible option.
Thank you. Divisions have really not worked very well as worked very well. So North Korea, South Korea, North Vietnam, South Vietnam, India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, Palestine, Israel is very difficult. Divisions are usually tough, but anyhow, I have the next question. I think Mr. Tahir Gora, if I can indulge you. There's another remark made by the lady, and she said that there are many different, many of us have already said that there are many different groups within the Taliban, 40, 50, somebody said 52, somebody said 40. Then do they also have different theological ideologies and practices and so forth also? I mean, is there one common, I would say, paradigmatic structure that they're following, or, it's different amongst them? And if that is something which will possibly then result in a greater conflict. I mean, Pakistan too, I believe, would have many different, the word that they use is firqa. Sects. Yeah. So is there a, possibility that, this could itself result in a internal chaos?
Actually, our friend yesterday said very well, and he said that there are so many factions of Taliban based on their vested interests, based on their political alignments, and based on Pakistan's dictations, in fact. So, I mean, as we are concluding our conference with this session, managing and curtailing radicalization, and some of our speakers also talked about other kinds of radicalization, but our focus remained on Islamic radicalization, and that's the crux of our conference. In fact, we need to find out the reasons of Islamic radicalization in the past 2 decades. Some say it's a lack of democracy. We have seen Muslim Brotherhood, democratic, so-called, quote unquote, democratic government in Egypt. And I mean, that was kind of a democratic government, and they were exhibiting undemocratic values. So, I mean, democracy, I remember I met a very radical Palestinian Islamist in Canada, and he said, brother, democracy works for us. I said, what do you mean? You never believed in democracy. He said, now it is working for us. He said that we have now over 1 million Muslims in Canada, so we can manipulate Canadian elections. So we are advocating democracy to eradicate radicalization. But on the other hand, political Islamists, they are furthering their agenda to the same democracy. And by the way, we are witnessing this kind of situation here and there in India too. So we also say that this radicalization is due to poverty and illiteracy. But look at the 9/11 terrorists, from 9/11 terrorists to Pathankot terrorists. They were not poor people. They were not illiterate people. So radicalization is a business, in fact. And in Afghanistan, for instance, I don't see Afghanistan crisis, Taliban crisis through the prism of radicalization, because it is absolutely a crisis created by Pakistan. It's not anything to do with even Islam. It's absolutely a Pakistani created problem. And so that's the kind of a thing. So I would say in our conclusive conclusive session, I mean, I would focus to find some steps to counter this radicalization. And in my humble opinion, we can counter this radicalization through our civil liberty leaders, through our imams. We have to ask them, we have to press them to tell the community to stop hatred against others. So I think this is the precise solution we are looking for.
I think it's a wonderful statement. I was just trying to note it down. He said radicalization is a business, and it truly is a business. I think a lot of people profit from this. I had read a book many years ago. I'm naming the author, Frederick Forsyth, on Dogs of War is what he called, and it's a beautiful book. So I think this definitely, given that it is a business, every business then you know cannot be monopolized. But in this situation, there is a geopolitical monopolization of radicalization. So if there is a geopolitical monopolization of radicalization business, so Ambassador Karna, what do you think would be some of the ways? You just mentioned 3 words: democracy, democracy, democracy. And Mr. Tahir Gora says that democracy actually foments and encourages in many situations the business of radicalization. Now, these are 2 opposing positions. So what's your view?
Thank you. Brotherhood is a very bad example of democracy. I can say only. Actually, I again give my one country example. When we have a conflict, the British, Americans, and other Western countries invested huge money to find out the reason of conflict. And again, when the peace process started, they invested huge money to facilitation of the peace process. Meditation, SSR, DDR, whatever the word. I came to know after all this when peace process started. Once I was talking to the British and American ambassador together at the British ambassador residence, and I asked one gentleman, another lady. She is appointed as assistant secretary yesterday or day before yesterday, Ambassador Teflis. So I asked her, you have invested huge money to just research on all these things. Where are the reports and what they are doing it? So it's a kind of academic business also. When the conflict started, the academic business, our business also started. So as we are an academic person, we also do business. So it's a purely 100% agree with you that someone sell arms, someone sell other things, someone sell vehicle, many things. We have got a lot of things. American, British, even India, everybody comes and train our military forces, everything. This needs to be done. Guerrilla warfare at the end. But I'm telling one thing, which I said that the neighbor. We have a 4 neighbor. 1 neighbor is north and 3 is India. And 1 is 3 area, east and west and south is India and north is China. So whenever we have a problem in democratic front, so it is India who stand for the democracy and human rights of the common people of Nepal. In 1945-42, our leader was arrested, BP Koirala, late BP Koirala, the former Prime Minister, was arrested in Patna as a socialist leader. So Mahatma Gandhi wrote a letter to the British. And again, when he went to Kathmandu, the Rana government arrested him. So he wrote a letter. Letter was not dispatched. It was not like something that. It was a telex or some, not telex, I think something, there was another system of that. So somebody said Ranas from Delhi that Mahatma Gandhi writing a letter. So message of the letter forced Rana to release BP Koirala. So that was a strong message of peace and non-violence from India to Nepal, I'm telling you. Second incident in 1960, when our all leader arrested and put in the jail. So India stood with the people, gave asylum to our former Prime Minister, and many of the leaders stayed and supporting democratic movement. Again in 1990, when we started democratic movement, besides all political parties, including today's ruling party and all communist, CPI, CPM, everybody went to Delhi went to Kathmandu and said that we are with the people of Nepal and we were supporting your democratic movement. So that was the neighbor who never incited terrorism or I mean that the creating Taliban in our country. Never. So, and the last in 2005, when King took over power and put all the leader again in jail, again India government facilitated between three forces, King, Maoist, and 7 political parties. So there was an agreement signed in Delhi, 12-point agreement, we said, started peace process, facilitating all the peace process between Nepal army and the Maoist army, and it has been done very peacefully. So that is why we are in a good condition. I'm not saying that everything is finished, but that is how the neighbor can help. Sir, I said that democracy cannot be exported. I believe in that one. But the moral support for a democracy and human rights has a bigger meaning at the moment. That is what I said that the Afghani people need at the moment. The moral support for the people. Thank you.
Thank you. There's an article written in the Diplomat by Nozima Devletova on Uzbekistan, and she says that there is an increasing rhetoric about increasing rhetoric about fundamentalist Islamic propaganda. This is a very recent article, and so she says that this social media and proliferation of social media, the rhetoric on the social media of promoting fundamentalist Islamic values and very traditional Islamic values in Uzbekistan has increased. Do you think post August 2021, there is a further increase in augmentation, and how does the state possibly desires to counter this? Does it pose a challenge?
No. Not for our society in Tajikistan, I mean, yes, we do have an opposition, but it's not too popular. And the social, this network, they're trying, our generation, the new generation, they raise in democratic principles. And this extreme Islamic radicalization and extremism, it's not working. It's not so popular, and we don't worry about it at all.
What about in Uzbekistan, Khairat? Is this a challenge?
He's from Kazakhstan. He's
from Kazakhstan.
We had democratic relations with any kind of groups, any kind of beliefs, and among Central Asian countries, one of the countries that even didn't interact in their relations, but we had a couple of terroristic acts in our country. After that, we had to react on that, had to prevent it, and this is a threat. We need to.
But is this a rising trend in the? Is this a rising trend in the recent times?
No.
More proliferation through mass media and social media.
Everything is controlled right now. Special services, they control monitor all kinds of social media. They react, and we have a cyber shield, so-called cyber shield, that anything appears there, also closed or blocked. It is solved right now.
And even if it's controlled by the special forces, you can see in the real accounts, it's dislikes and the critical answers for this. So it's not so popular, and the people knows that they're trying just to destabilize the situation, and that's it. And it's I would say it's foreign agents, let's say, working for money just to destabilize the situation. That's it.
Understood. Dr. Wadim, yesterday we discussed a very important topic. I'm just bringing that again. Is these multi-million-dollar corporations? Now, recently, there's been a lot of coverage on how many of them actually promote hate, because when you promote hate, there's a whistleblower who talked about Facebook promoting hatred, because when you have a hate comment, more people will come in, and it's more revenue. So do you think, in your view, because you do a lot of strategic thinking, and from Russian standpoint, do you think these are just clouds? This is a mirage created in the social media, or is there a genuine threat of radicalization in this region?
I guess there is a threat of radicalization globally, and probably it's not necessarily connected with religion. Young people, they are always radical. And when you were young and when I was young, I believe we were more radical than nowadays. And of course, yeah, a bit older than 50 years ago. If we look at the youngsters' culture, we see that musicians try to use most radical words, music. The video image is also more and more radical to a certain extent. I mean, more sex, more drugs. Frequently, Russian security send requests to block this or that website, not only connected with Islamic radicalism or religious radicalism, but exactly some musicians who, according to our security and police, who popularize such things like drugs, narcotics, and bad habits. So probably we are number one in the globe who block these websites. Altogether, other countries block less than Russia. Sometimes it connected with politics, but it's another story. So what else I wanted to add? As for exactly religious radicalism in our region, there is a international cooperation within Shanghai Cooperation Organization, as OSCE, and Russia provides plenty of assistance to colleagues in other countries for that. So it's taken seriously. I would say that Russia predicts some developments in this domain and tries to find leaders who are more moderate in Islam world, and they gain possibility to talk, to explain their position, so they are transparent, they are visible. So that's another way, by the way, to pacify radicalism. But there is a gap in our shield. Probably we do not have our colleague from Kyrgyz Republic today. One movement which is prohibited in entire post-Soviet republics, Hizb ut-Tahrir, is open there, and we see the results. They are quite disturbing, I would say. Not frightening yet, but that's a good example to study and to make some notes and lessons.
Thank you. Mr. Gora, you are an expert, and you've lived in Pakistan for a number of years. You've lived in Canada for a number of years, and it's very interesting that in both countries, I mean, there is extremism. What would be the challenges for countering radicalization? So that's because that's a topic, and we're sort of at the closure of this two-day conference. What would be some ways in which you could counter radicalization? Because I'll tell you, even in it's very interesting that people leave Pakistan or India or Bangladesh, and then they go to Canada or US or UK, and And then they try to establish mini India, mini Pakistan, mini China, mini Bangladesh there. And when they establish this, it's usually in the beginning for very cultural reasons. It's for food, it's for eating. But gradually, those centers become, so I'll give you an example. I'm asking this longer question so that you can put a context to it. I lived in Canada and, for a number of years, and I was there and I would find that there's a big church which had been taken over and bought by some Islamic organization, and they were building a madrasa there. It's very big, huge building. And, because we were friends and I would ask them, so I'd say, what are you building? He said, we're putting a madrasa here. So I asked them, I said, why are you putting madrasa? So the person said, we want to give religious education. So I asked the same person, the people are from Pakistan. I said, would you send your children if they were in Pakistan to a madrasa? So the person said, no, I'm going to send them to, he named a very expensive school, in Lahore. He said, no, I'm going to send my kids to that school. I said, but now that you're in Canada, why would you want to do that? So this is the contradiction that people live with. So how do you counter? I think that also contributes to a certain degree of radicalization.
Absolutely. We see now so much radicalization going on in our Western part of the world that we are quite worrisome about those happenings, because myself, my family moved to Canada to enjoy Canadian values. But we are being told by our Prime Minister, Mr. Justin Trudeau, that there are no Canadian values. He said it officially. He said that there are no Canadian values. We are a multicultural society. Surely we are a multicultural society, but we moved to Canada to enjoy democracy, true democracy. We moved to Canada to enjoy freedom, individual freedom. And now we are surrounded by same people whom we left Pakistan, and we thought that we'll be better off there. And now they are building their madrasas. They are building their, sort of a very right-wing Islamic ghettos over there. And they actually, dictate the community through their not official, but unofficial Sharia laws. And that's what we observe there all the time. So, I mean, in our this conclusive session, we are talking about radicalization. The other thing to counter radicalization is de-radicalization. Radicalization happening in Pakistan or in some parts in Middle East or even in Central Asia these days, a little bit in some pockets. But what is the scope to counter radicalization? I would say de-radicalization is a very, very slow process. Radicalization spreads very fast, quickly. De-radicalization is the anti-business to radicalization business. So it doesn't sell well. Radicalization sells well. De-radicalization does not sell well. That's why so many madrasas are erupting and, mushroom growing, that's kind of the thing we are witnessing.
I think, again, this is a very important point from a business standpoint. And, we're a management institution. We teach a lot of business courses. I think these are two businesses, radicalization and de-radicalization. And at this time, the radicalization business is on the upswing. And that's why people are probably investing in the radicalization. Return on investment is higher. It's more popular. It gets more attention.
One more sentence with your permission. We are observing this in the UK as well as in Canada and even in the US. The Islamist organizations who spread this radicalization, they are the ones who get funding from governments to de-radicalization, to de-radicalize those things. So they are the similar groups who were responsible for radicalization, and now they are getting funding from the governments, banks, and other organizations to do the opposite task.
Mr. Yeri, if I were to ask you your views on this whole business of radicalization versus de-radicalization, if you can sort of convey to us, your position of the role of Central Asia per se, because you're an expert and also as a professor who studies these matters. What do you think? If it was a strategy, what do you think could be the tactics associated with that strategy to counter or to strengthen the business of de-radicalization versus radicalization?
Thank you very much. I had a feeling really to be completely abandoned by you. Talking about democracy, one way of showing democracy is really to exercising it, to distribute the time more fairly. Answering your question, I would disagree with my colleagues from Canada talking about Islamism to be a business. I believe this is a very, very serious project run by different people, sometimes opposing people. Saudi Arabia, for example, Islamic Republic of Iran, Daesh, Taliban, and Ikhwan al-Muslimin, Muslim Brotherhood, and so forth. So what is really important is somehow in answering the questions of to those colleagues who said that Islam in essence is not radical and so forth. I would argue that Islam believes in two things. The first one is what they call it Dar al-Harb, or the house of war. The other one is Dar al-Sulh, or the house of peace. So it means that what we heard from George W. Bush Jr. About the division of the world, those who are with us and those who are against us, we have the same thing. Actually, many centuries before George Bush, they came out of Islam. As for your earlier question was very important about the community and the nation state and so forth. Islamist groups do not believe in nation state. They believe in Ummah, or the community of Muslims, meaning that they want to take out of the map any kind of border that exists. So this is why they talk about the entire community of Muslims, and not necessarily Indians, Pakistanis, Bengalis, and so forth. So in that sense, I would say that this is in the essence of Islam. The Prophet of Islam was obviously messenger of God, but also the founder of the first Islamic state. So in that sense, he had those two attributes. And what we see now among the Muslims is to repeat exactly the same thing. Meaning, this is why when they go to Canada or other places, the UK you mentioned, they want to create exactly the same thing, regardless of what else does exist in those societies, Christians, Jews, Hindus, and so many other groups. So what I would suggest really as a solution to this situation is to privatize Islam, meaning that take it out of the politics, send it back to the place that it belongs to, a mosque, and then whoever it believes, more than welcome to exercise it. Those who do not believe in it should not be maltreated by those who do it. So it's very interesting. You mentioned the case of Canada and others. There was a few years ago a very young Islamist fellow in Brussels, in Belgium, who on TV, on the national, or on one of those TV stations in Belgium, he said, in few years, you will be forced to obey by Sharia. So it means that there is a plan. There are different peoples, sometimes opposite to each other, but the project is the same, to make the world Muslim. And finally, what Gaddafi of Libya said many years ago. He said that you will see in few years, the entire Europe will become Muslim. And so it means that when the systems are democratic, as you mentioned, Mr. Chair, the systems are democratic, so people go vote and then their vote count. And when you have a community of a big number, then you can elect your own representative in that parliament. And this is exactly what's going on in Germany, in the Netherlands, in Sweden, and obviously in Canada, and in so many other places. Those individuals who are there, they want really to create what they dream of and for, and that is an Islamic society. And your point, finally, your point is very valid, talking about the contradiction. They could not remain as a citizen or as a subject in their own country. They move to the places where they are free, but they try to recreate the same environment that they had in their country. So I might disappoint some people who talk about democracy coming in Afghanistan, Taliban, this, Taliban, that. There is no good Taliban, bad Taliban. All of them are against the democracy, against the human rights, against the rights of women. And we have already been witnessing that since they took over the treatment of women, the treatment of journalists, and so forth. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think I partly agree with Mr. Yari, and but also I think it's time to conclude our session, and we need to find out concrete basis in terms of solutions to this problem. We had a conference for 2 days. We talked a lot about Afghanistan, and Afghanistan is, of course, is the elephant in the room in our today's world. But as a friend said yesterday, and I'll endorse him, that Afghanistan issue, in my humble opinion, is not related with radicalization. It is absolutely vested interest of some countries, and especially Pakistan. So radicalization itself, I mean, Islamic radicalization itself is a worldwide phenomena at the moment, and the whole world is concerned about it because it is destroying modern values in our today's world. So in this scenario, I only find one solution to address this Islamic radicalization, that first we need to recognize that radicalization, in my humble opinion, is a business. Because even Muslim Brotherhood, even ISIS, even different factions of Taliban, they sort of follow the radicalization guidelines based on their business interests. Even suicide bombing, as we know today, is a business, unfortunately. I know the cases. Pakistan's intelligence agency, ISI, paid like 150,000 rupees Pakistani to provide one suicide bomber. So it's absolutely a sad state of affairs.
And there is more information that people suffering from terminal disease are now being offered opportunities to offer themselves to become.
You said business, so you want to say killing the people? It's a business.
It's a business for them who are doing this. Of course, it is business for them.
Yet, but you calling it business?
They get contract killing?
Yes,
something like that.
As a journalist, I have seen in Afghanistan in 2000 some warlords were asking ISI people to pay them more because they provided 10 suicide bombers, and they said that we will charge you more money because we don't want to get 150,000 rupees only. And
So
probably our friend knows better than this.
you know, like
Unfortunately,
philosophy, the war is business. Yes.
war is a business too, unfortunately.
Dr. Wadim, you want to add? Because I saw you smiling. I thought you definitely have a point.
I just mentioned radicalism of youth. Of course, it's only partially the reason for Islamic radicalism. I guess that it's an incentive which is used by Islamists as far as something radical is always attractive, like radical music, like radical dancing and so on. So radical religion is also something attractive for those who have some basic values, like communist ideology, for example. I used to be a communist myself, and at that time we never heard of Islamism because there was some foundation strongly cared about by the government and by family values as well. When it disappeared, there was vacuum, which was filled with different movements. And nowadays, for example, I mentioned Kyrgyz Republic, thanks that you didn't invite them. If you come to, really? Oh, sorry. I'm joking. But really, there are Pakistani mullahs on the streets, and it's absolutely unnatural for Kyrgyz religion, for Kyrgyz way of Islam. But there was a vacuum which was filled by newcomers from wherever they come, and countries like Russia as well, they were not prepared for that. Nowadays, the situation is changing. We take common measures, and probably we more or less tackle it in former Soviet republics, but Afghanistan was also subjected to the same threat as former Soviet republics, and it's subjected nowadays. So they need more common values, more traditional values, and those who proclaim that, those who support that, they should be visible, they should be seen, they have to be invited to international conferences. So probably that's another way to help Afghanistan to solve the problem of radicalism.
Last question, because Nuzat, I hope you're not feeling abandoned there as well.
No, I'm connected.
No,
I lost connection in between, but now I'm connected.
Wonderful.
I have a bit of problem with my connection.
No problem, no problem. Last question for you. I think, do you think, we had two really ends of spectrum. One said that poverty alleviation and education can probably help reduce radicalization. The other one said it doesn't matter. The people, even rich people and rich but bored and were equally indulgent in the radical business. So what do you think? I mean, do you think from a Bangladesh standpoint or Bangladesh-Pakistan standpoint, reduction in poverty, alleviation of poverty, and education could somehow sort of tilt the balance in the favor of the non-radical business?
My Bangladesh scenario is an answer to your question. If I just may explain, initially it was the madrasa students who were the poor people and the orphanages and the lilla boardings. They were being recruited, and they had no, their degree had no chance of having a future through a job or something. So it was very easy to make them angry with the rest of the society that is progressing. And they could not identify with them. So that was obviously a rich fertile ground initially. But the holy artisan attack was caused by children from the highest level of the society, of the English medium trained smart boys who were about to leave for the West for their higher study. So what we are seeing now is that the distortion of religious teaching, and when it is used for radicalization of the youth, it is it transcends all, it can penetrate through all sections. Even women, housewives, they are now becoming radicalized. What they do is, there is obviously, as I was saying, over and over, I am saying that we need to learn Islam more. We need to bring on board in this discussion people who are religious scholars, authority, and believe in peaceful coexistence. We have to learn from them, because because there is an absence of actual religious knowledge on our behalf, it is very easy to distort us. Some do it for heaven, some do it for personal reasons, some do it, as it was saying, it's for the mullahs who are doing the waz. It's a business. It's a crores and crores taka business. At night they are doing the waz, and they go from one waz to another waz in a helicopter.
Understood.
So
Thank you.
it is
Thank you.
also a business, but also the politics of it, the regional and global stimulation with Middle Eastern money and everything. So everything plays a part. So no, obviously poverty is a cause, but it is penetrating through all sections of society now.
Thank you.
So everything matters.
Thank you.
Thank you very much
for the wonderful discussion. May I request Professor Sharma to deliver the vote of thanks?
Before Dr. Sharma presents, I just have one question from everyone. Last 2 days, we discussed about all the participants, everyone, Pakistan, Russia, everyone saying that Pakistan. Why you are not taking it? You are not coming together about Pakistan.
I think we will have the next conference just for that purpose, on coming to a consensus. Wonderful.
So, with your permission, run the hashtag by my friend Chris Alexander, Sanction Pakistan.
One thing then, this conference should be in Islamabad, so that they could understand better.
No, the next one, I'm just speculating at this point. The next one will be in, the immediate next one will be, where, sir? The Dushanbe. The immediate next one. We were just talking, so his proposal, we'll see. Anyhow, I think it's been wonderful 2 days. There is no surrogate for physical conferences, I can tell you. Absolutely, the online business is a good business. I think we can do a lot of interaction. I think the kind of passion, the kind of interaction, the kind of love, affection, understanding that comes from physical conferences, there is no surrogate for it. I thought, in conclusion, if I could just summarize, I was putting my thoughts together. I was thinking that human beings are always really besotted with innovations. They innovate and they want to commercialize those innovations, never thinking about externalities. For instance, when I was a child growing up here, I come from the northern part of India. So Chandigarh is the capital of Punjab. Drive from Chandigarh to Delhi used to take about 7-8 hours. Nowadays, it takes about 4.5 hours. So we've shaved off around 3.5 hours from our drive, owing to motor vehicles. But if we put the negative externalities into that model, and if you were to develop that model, what do I really gain by saving those 3.5 hours? I don't know. Have I really gained those 3.5 hours? I have probably, if I have a simple model where I factor the number of accidents owing to people speeding at 120 kilometers because they're driving so fast. Back in the day, you couldn't cross 60. So the accidents usually resulted in lesser fatalities. These accidents are very fatal. Put that into the model, fatalities. Number two, take the environment into consideration. I mean, if I have I really saved those, if you add up across my lifespan of, let's say, 80, 85, 90 years, do I really gain those 3.5 hours? And finally, what do I do with those 3.5 hours? So negative externalities of businesses, large-scale multinational corporations, which are promoting information and spread of information.
taking advantage of human curiosity. I mean, Google is a simple line and there's a keyboard below it. But you want to know how tall is Amitabh Bachchan. I mean, it doesn't matter to you. He's a fan of Hindi movies. Hindi movies are very popular in Central Asia as well as Southeast Asia. Everybody loves them. And he wants to find out. He's never going to meet Amitabh Bachchan unless he becomes my friend. But he wants to know how tall he is, or he wants to find out how tall is Taylor Swift, you know, but people want to find out how tall she is. It is the curiosity of human mind which has created $1 trillion business. However, did we ever find out the negative externalities? If we had known so much about the negative externalities of a motor vehicle at that point in time, which was 120 years ago, do you think we would have commercialized it? I don't know. The answer is a question mark even today. If we know as much as we know about Facebook, Twitter, Google, as we know, or we'll find out in 10 years, and the negative externalities associated with it, we already know that mobile communication and computing devices result in reduced lifespan, reduced productivity, reduced focus, back problems, heart problems, cardiovascular issues, neuro problems. In addition to that, work, family work conflict. If we had taken into account negative externalities, do you think we would have commercialized this? So I think the same needs to apply to the people who are promoting the business of radicalization. They really haven't thought through the negative externalities. If they had taken into account, I think 20 years down the line, when they would account for the negative externalities arising from the business of radicalization, they would think, hey, you know what, we made a mistake. And then it's going to be, you know, a catch-22. So I think we need to make people aware of the negative externalities of radicalization. And through this, we have taken a step in that direction. Second, I would like to think about Red Queen hypothesis. And many of you would be familiar with Red Queen hypothesis. Comes from that book, Alice in Wonderland. Alice in Wonderland, you know, Alice is running and the world is moving. And when she stops, she runs very fast. She stops, she's at the same place. Red Queen hypothesis actually says that you run as fast as you can to stay at the same place. I think the world needs to recognize that. I mean, First World War, Second World War, and then the Cold War. I mean, you kept acquiring more and more technology, but the relative advantage of one over the other remained the same. It is the traditional Red Queen hypothesis. I think it is the same which would apply here. I think we are getting more sophisticated in fighting with each other, and the net outcome or net gain of one over the other remains constant. I think that is another idea which we need to propagate through our discussions. And finally, the last one, I think many of us would agree that local grievances become international. And local grievances become international. It is because it's an opportunity for somebody to exploit. Many people, including Ambassador here, talked about local grievances becoming international. And yesterday, too, people said there were local grievances. In Afghanistan, too, there were local grievances, and people took advantage of the local grievances. But, you know, why did people take advantage is a question that people need to think about. The reason why the local grievances become international is because there is really, really low trust in government. There are recent surveys done in many countries, and many organizations do those surveys. Trust in government is very low, and trust in government officials is even lower. So I think one of the most important steps thereby, which reduces the vulnerability of a state or a country to radicalization, is to build trust in government and build trust in government officials. India is somewhat lucky in that regard. In the recent farmer protest, it was amazing to see, while everybody was criticizing that, you know, these people they're anti-government. I wrote an article, I said they're really actually pro-government, because what do they want? They want the government to procure their crops. They want the government to purchase, which means they have trust in the government and not trust in the corporations. They believe that the government would pay them a fair price and give them money. And they believe that the corporations would take advantage of them. but we have a long way to go as well. Building trust in government and building trust in government officials, I think, is very, very important to reduce your vulnerability to those who propagate the business of radicalization. I wish to thank all my colleagues, all my friends now. Many of us are now going to be on WhatsApp and chatting with each other, saying good morning. It's the Indian way. The WhatsApp people were once complaining that the Indian good mornings choke the internet, because all of us send those pictures. And it's true. I mean, because everybody gets up in the morning, and it doesn't matter. We believe in the business of forwards, and it's one good morning, it's sent to 500 people. I hope we won't do that with our group, but we will stay in touch. And I believe that through our discussion, we would have made a small step towards selling the business of de-radicalization, and also probably helping the cause of Afghanistan, which is suffering from this particular aspect. And I hope that we can come together very soon and discuss more of this in person. Again, my deepest gratitude to all those who have come all the way, and my deepest gratitude to the students who patiently heard us, all those who supported in putting this conference together, our people from IIM Rohtak, and everybody else. Thank you very much. Good day, and let's have fun after this. Let's have one last photograph with all the students and everybody. So we can get one photograph taken with the delegates and the students, and then we can have tea and close it.
Hi.
I would like to thank all of my friends for sleeping throughout the conference.
Oh, hello, sir. What the hell is this? दिख रही है?